If you're ready, I'm ready. It is 10 o'clock. The committee will come to order, and I will recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning, and thank you for all attending today's markup of 16 bills touching on issues across the committee's jurisdiction. Today's markup includes the Recycling Infrastructure and Accessibility Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Miller Meeks, which establishes a pilot program at EPA to help build out recycling infrastructure in areas that currently lack household recycling. The bill also includes provisions to improve the collection of data regarding recycling rates and help identify areas for improvement. We have also worked across the aisle on our title of the Surface Transportation Reauthorization, and I want to commend the members and staff across the whole committee for their hard work to get us to where we are. Matt Furlow, who has led that effort, I don't know if he's in the room right now on our side, and working with the committee members on your side. I think about everybody he could possibly work with, Matt has worked with, and all I hear from people who've worked with him is that what an outstanding person he is. I wish he was in the room, but maybe he's watching on C-SPAN. So thanks, Matt. So this package modernizes the automotive industry and ensures that NHTSA has the tools it needs to ensure motor vehicle safety. The package also includes important priorities for many of our members, ranging from modernizing tire regulations to strengthening flammability standards for automobiles. But having a thriving American-based automotive supply chain is also a core national security issue, which is why we included a bipartisan ban on Chinese vehicles in this bill. The Chinese Communist Party has made clear that their government will use every tool at their disposal to surveil, influence, and manipulate Americans for their own gain. Our bipartisan approach today is to support a vibrant automotive industry, enhance safety, and repel the threats coming from our adversaries in Beijing. This package makes progress on all three of those goals, and I'm proud we were able to work together on this. Further, today's markup builds upon the Health Subcommittee's work last week to advance 10 bills that increase flexibility to patients and providers, strengthens FDA's oversight of our supply chains, and ensures vital public health programs continue to serve Americans. A handful of the bills before us at the committee today, including the EARLY Act, the ADAPT Act, and the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Reauthorization Act, to name just a few, focus on reauthorizing critical public health programs, supporting patients by meeting them where they're at. Finally, we'll also advance bills to modernize FDA's review and enforcement authorities, and we will also support two important pieces of access bills, the Choices for Increased Mobility Act and the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, which seek to reduce administrative burdens, increase flexibility for both patients and providers. I look forward to the productive discussion on these 16 bills and voting to report them to the full House. I will yield back and recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from New Jersey, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the committee is marking up 16 bills that I hope will garner strong bipartisan support. 14 of the bills come from our Health Subcommittee and will help us better protect the health of the American people. The legislation we are considering reauthorizes and strengthens work around three key areas of public health. First, prevention and early detection are among the highest value investments we can make in the health of the American people. Whether the threat is cancer, an emerging infectious disease, a traumatic brain injury, or a complication of pregnancy, the principle is the same. We're far better off catching problems early and arming patients and providers with the tools to act. So four of the bills before us reauthorize important programs to continue meaningful early detection work, including H.R. 1493, the Traumatic Brain Injury Program Reauthorization Act, which I introduced. That legislation was first championed by my good friend, the late Representative Bill Pascrell of New Jersey. It will secure continued support for Americans affected by traumatic brain injuries, and this is critical because federal authorities that fund TBI research, surveillance, prevention, and state-level services lapsed in 2024. Second, public health depends on sustained federal research and infrastructure. We're reauthorizing programs that are the scientific and surveillance backbone for state and local public health departments so they can respond to what is happening on the ground. And I'm pleased that we're considering the Act for ALS Act, which extends programs at FDA and the National Institutes of Health to accelerate research and promising therapies for ALS. Third, bills that meet Bills should meet people where they are. They should direct attention towards populations that too often fall through the cracks, younger women whose risk factors are missed by general guidelines, low-income and uninsured women who could not otherwise afford a screening, mothers and infants in communities with limited prenatal care, children in low-income families that rely on school-based health care, and Americans in regions where vector-borne disease has spread. So federal programs that close these gaps don't replace state, local, and private effort. They make it possible. For instance, I'm pleased that we're considering legislation to reauthorize funding for school-based health centers, which allows students to access mental health, dental, and primary care, as well as nutrition education right at the school. So we're considering a bipartisan recycling bill, also from our Environment Subcommittee. This package is a long time coming and represents a good step forward to bolstering our domestic recycling and composting systems through improved data collection and increased recycling accessibility. And finally, I'm pleased that we're here marking up a bipartisan safety bill that will be included in the larger surface transportation bill. And safety should not be a partisan issue, and this bill contains many provisions that will enhance safety on our roadways, both for vehicle occupants and for vulnerable road users, such as bicyclists. So I'm glad this package includes many priorities from Democratic members on everything from distracted driving to ensuring consumers can safely exit a car during a vehicle fire. It also includes a number of bipartisan priorities. So this was a long road. There's still work to be done. And I do want to mention, Mr. Chairman, about ensuring consumer access to optional safety features and affordable repairs. These are things that we have to continue to work on. So thank you, and thank the staff for working across the aisle on this package. And I'll have more to say on several of the bills during the markup, but I yield back now.
Thank you. I agree we need to continue to work on those issues you just addressed, and we'll continue to do so. I now recognize that, the chair reminds members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? For our purposes, the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition.
To offer an opening statement, Mr. Chairman.
You are recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad this committee's marking up essential public health reauthorizations today. Several, including the EARLY Act and the K-Hagen-Tick Act, improve public awareness of diseases with rising cases across the country, so providers and patients alike are prepared to catch and treat these illnesses before they worsen. Others, like the ADAPT Act and school-based health centers reauthorization, elevate primary care for underserved communities so patients have access to the best clinicians and services no matter where they live. And critically, Act for ALS reauthorization will allow progress towards a cure to continue and more patients to access promising new therapies. And amid the administration's assault on public health, we cannot afford to let these programs lapse. We'll also mark up my bill with Congressman Hudson, the Deandra Dixon NIH Include Project Act. This bill sustains and encourages Down syndrome research with a particular directive to investigate co-occurring conditions. Since its launch in 2018, the NIH Include Project has awarded 575 unique Down syndrome research grants across 18 NIH institutes and currently supports more than 13 clinical trials. I want to take a moment of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman, and introduce my constituent, Michelle C. Witten, who's sitting in the audience, who's the founder of the Global Down Syndrome Foundation and really the brains behind this Deandra Dixon NIH Include Project Act. Thank you for all the work you do, Michelle. Even in this fraught political environment, this is an issue that transcends party lines and it deserves our full support. The Include Project Act passed the House unanimously last Congress, and this must be the year it's finally passed into law. We have a lot more work to do beyond this markup. Our constituents are sounding the alarm on patient access, medical innovation, and public health, and demanding that we pursue bold legislation to fix these crises, not just reauthorization of existing programs. I urge my colleagues to support these bills, advance them to the floor expeditiously, and to use this momentum to further defend our public health infrastructure, biomedical research agencies, and the American patients that they will ultimately serve. And I yield back.
If you'll yield me your 30
I'm
seconds.
happy to yield to the
30
chairman.
seconds. So I understand that Michelle's father, John Say, founded C-SPAN.
That is correct,
He
Mr.
found his C-SPAN, and so everybody
Also
gets to
my
watch our
constituent.
committee proceedings because your father, and my understanding is your father, who is now 90 years old, is watching C-SPAN now, so he can watch us pass the bill that he views in honor of your daughter, his granddaughter, Sophia.
And I will,
So thank you for,
reclaiming my time.
yes, ma'am.
I got to go to John C.'s 90th birthday party a couple of weeks ago, and it was quite a party, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thanks for making Congress public to the country, and I'm glad he's using this time to watch this moment. Later today, we're going to honor his granddaughter in Sophia. Thank you.
I yield
And, the gentlelady yields back. Is there further opening statements? The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm excited that the committee will consider H.R. 2145, the Recycling Infrastructure and Accessibility Act, which was advanced as amended by the Environment Subcommittee last week. This bipartisan bill would make important improvements to our nation's recycling systems. It would establish a pilot program at the EPA to award grants to improve recycling accessibility in underserved and rural communities. It would also require EPA to collect and publish data on recycling and composting rates to provide an accurate reflection of the effectiveness of our systems. While this bill will not fix all of the issues with our nation's waste management system, it is an important first step. I do look forward to supporting this bill, and I hope that we can continue to work together to address other waste issues facing our country. Unfortunately, today we're not taking up a bipartisan bill to reauthorize EPA's Brownfields program. I appreciate that we were able to reach agreement on most aspects of the bill considered at subcommittee, but continue to have disagreements about the authorization levels. EPA's program is too important to too many communities, so I do hope that we can ultimately reach agreement on funding levels that accurately reflect the needs of our state and local governments. Finally, I am very proud of my work on several bipartisan health bills that will be considered today, including the School-Based Health Centers Reauthorization Act. I am also very pleased that we are advancing the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act at the markup today. Research investments have led to major breakthroughs in how Down syndrome interacts with other health conditions that have a high incidence in the community, such as immune system disorders, liver dysfunction, sleep apnea, cancer, Alzheimer's, and more. And I'd like to recognize that this progress doesn't happen without sustained advocacy. In particular, I do highlight the role of the Global Down Syndrome Foundation that has been recognized here through its founder, Michelle C. Whitten, for their tireless advocacy to make this all happen today. And congrats on that progress. And with that, Mr. Chair, yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there further opening statements? Seeing none, I do want to recognize Matt, who I called out earlier, is in the room now. So thanks, Matt Furlow, for your hard work. We appreciate it. So the chair calls up H.R. 2145 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2145, a bill to establish a pilot grant program to improve recycling accessibility.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With a national recycling and composting rate of just 32%, there's clearly a lot of room for improvement. And thankfully, today, the committee is considering H.R. 2145, which will help improve that statistic and address challenges facing our recycling and composting systems nationwide. This bipartisan package, comprised of the Recycling Infrastructure and Accessibility Act led by Representative Miller Meeks and McClellan, and the Recycling and Composting Accountability Act from Representative Neguse, aims to tackle two key hurdles: access to recycling services and data. First, the Recycling Infrastructure and Accessibility Act aims to increase recycling and accessibility for underserved communities across the country. The bill directs the EPA to establish a pilot program to award grants to states, local governments, tribes, or public-private partnerships to increase the number of transfer stations, expand curbside recycling collection programs, and reduce the costs associated with collecting and transporting recyclable materials. A 2024, a 2024 EPA report found that 40% of households don't have access to recycling services, which is incredible in my opinion. But by investing in programs to improve curbside collection, drop-off, and processing infrastructure by 2030, the U.S. could nearly double our recycling rate to help close that gap. Thus, expanding recycling access is imperative to divert more recyclables from landfills, which is exactly what H.R. 2145 does. It would improve recycling rates, create jobs, boost American manufacturing, and provide much-needed investment in recycling infrastructure and access. And I should also emphasize that while increasing access to recycling is important, it's critical that we build out strong, responsible domestic end markets for recycled materials. Increasing accessibility and collection of recycled content only works if there is a market of buyers to purchase the recycled material. Additionally, the provisions of the Recycling and Composting Accountability Act, added by the Environment Subcommittee, are common sense policies to help leaders at the local, state, and federal level make informed decisions to address recycling and composting hardships across the nation. And I believe to effectively and efficiently improve U.S. recycling and composting, we must first measure the existing problems. Reliable, accurate, and robust data is essential to track progress and identify areas for improvement. In fact, the EPA recognized this in its recent National Recycling Strategy, which identified the need to standardize measurement and increase data collection as a main objective to address challenges in our recycling system. It's encouraging to see the committee finally take action on improving data collection and measurement. This bill authorizes EPA to take measures to improve recycling and composting data collection, close data gaps, and modernize and update metrics. And like establishing an inventory, for example, of materials recovery facilities or MRFs in the U.S., and a report on market trends of recyclable material from those facilities. The bill also supports voluntary data sharing with states to develop a standardized metric of recyclable materials that have been successfully diverted from landfills. Overall, these data provisions are vital to tracking recycling and composting system performance, establishing effective goals, making informed investments, and delivering meaningful benefits to communities across the country. And as I mentioned in my opening statement, this bipartisan recycling package is one step, albeit an important one, towards improving our domestic recycling and composting systems, and I believe the committee needs to do more. We should explore additional recycling policies, like a federal framework for extended producer responsibility or minimum recycled content requirements as a holistic approach to resolving challenges in our recycling system. In the meantime, I'm pleased to see the committee move H.R. 2145 forward. It's long overdue. Let me just say in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I really think that the fact that our recycling rate, at the municipal level and other levels has gotten so low is really a shame. I mean, I think recycling is something that people want to do on a bipartisan basis. Doesn't matter if you're in a rural community or in an urban community. And I think we should do whatever we can to try to improve recycling rates. I'll also say that I was actually involved in the first Earth Day, I don't know how many years ago, I won't say, and one of our efforts was to improve recycling in the college that I went to. So I'm kind of proud of the fact that we are doing this today. I think it's very important. I want to thank our members who were involved on a bipartisan basis. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I agree with you. The chair will now, gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. People may wonder why someone from Iowa would put forward a bill on recycling. I have both steel and aluminum in my district. 98% of steel and aluminum is recycled in the United States, which most people do not know. And I also have manufacturers in my district that make the cans, the aluminum cans, that go into most of the foods that you find on your grocery shelf. But rural communities across Iowa and this country have long been left behind when it comes to recycling access. More than 36% of Iowa's households, over 450 families, have no meaningful access to recycling services. That gap isn't just an inconvenience, it has real consequences to our environment, our economy, and our national security. Iowa's manufacturers depend on recycled materials as feedstocks to keep their operations running. But instead of those materials staying here, we're watching China and other foreign competitors scoop up our scrap at above market prices while American factories struggle to find domestic supply. We are landfilling millions of tons of valuable materials every single year, materials that should be fueling American manufacturing and American jobs, and including jobs in Iowa. The numbers tell the story. In Iowa, we're recovering less than half of our aluminum cans and only 15% of our steel cans. And it doesn't stop at traditional recyclables. Critical materials and critical minerals are leaving this country when they should be staying in American hands and in the American supply chains. We can fix this, and that's exactly what the Recycling Infrastructure and Accessibility Act is designed to do. Our IAA is a bipartisan bill that tackles this problem from multiple angles. Building the recycling infrastructure our rural communities desperately need, boosting collection rates to reduce our reliance on virgin feedstocks, and now, combined with the RCAA led by Representative Neguse, strengthening the data collection systems that will help us target future investment when it's needed most. At its core, our IAA establishes a pilot grant program for communities like many in my district, places that don't have a recycling facility within 75 miles. This legislation has earned broad support from the industry, environmental groups, manufacturers alike because they all understand the same thing. Recycling infrastructure is manufacturing infrastructure, and a strong domestic material supply is economic security. And I'd also like to say it has support from my fellow member of the Dinosaur Caucus, the ranking member, although I was not around for some of the first Earth Day as he was. I urge my colleagues to support our IAA and move it forward. Our rural communities and our manufacturers and our domestic supply chain have waited long enough. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further recognition to speak on the bill? The gentleman from New York, almost said New Jersey, but the gentleman from New York is recognized. I know New York, but I almost said New Jersey. Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to express my support for H.R. 2145, the Recycling Infrastructure and Accessibility Act, which was amended during the Environment Subcommittee markup to also incorporate the text of H.R. 4109, the Recycling and Composting Accountability Act, led by Congressman Neguse. This bipartisan legislation directs EPA to establish a program to improve recycling accessibility in rural and underserved communities across the United States. This is important because while over 70% of American households have access to curbside recycling, that number drops to 40% for rural communities and communities in multifamily housing. Our recycling economy succeeds when communities have access. So I'm glad to see targeted investments to expand curbside and drop-off recycling programs in areas that need it the most. This legislation also directs EPA to collect and publish data on domestic recycling and composting infrastructure capabilities and better understand the end markets for recyclable and compostable materials. We need accurate data and effective coordination at the federal and state levels to begin to identify the gaps in our recycling systems and areas where targeted investment will have the greatest impact. Plastic pollution is a global crisis, and it requires ambitious solutions to meet the moment. We must work to educate our communities on recycling and harmful microplastics, improve collection and sorting of plastics, and incentivize design for recyclability to support responsible end markets. While this bill does not answer all those challenges, it is a good first step. I am happy to support this legislation getting across the finish line this year, and I do hope we can continue to build upon this momentum to find bipartisan solutions that stop valuable materials from entering landfills and from polluting our environment. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As an original co-sponsor of the Recycling Infrastructure and Accessibility Act, I appreciate the committee's consideration of this legislation. Recycling reduces waste that piles up in our landfills, reduces the need to extract new raw materials, and lowers our carbon footprint. Globally, recycling reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 700 million tons a year. However, in the United States, only 21% of recyclable materials are actually recycled. The rest are lost to landfills. And in Virginia alone, 1.1 million tons of recyclable materials are lost to landfills. Millions of households, especially in rural communities, simply lack access to recycling infrastructure necessary to participate in this circular economy. Rural communities and small towns lack curbside recycling programs that are readily available in other parts of the country. And H.R. 2145 addresses this gap by establishing an EPA pilot program to issue grants for projects that increase recycling accessibility in underserved communities. It also authorizes multiple initiatives to collect data on recycling and composting programs nationwide, an effort led by my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. As we move towards a cleaner future, we must fully utilize the circular economy and ensure that everyone can participate. This bill marks an important step towards that goal, and I appreciate my colleague from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for her leadership on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2145. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there anyone seeking recognition to speak on the bill? If there's no further discussion on the bill, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2145. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller Meeks. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Vance. Mr. Vance votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. She's not recorded. Ms. Miller Meeks votes aye.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. James not recorded. Mr. James votes aye.
Mr. Vesey? Okay, he got. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey. How's he recorded?
Mr. VC is not recorded. Mr. VC is yes.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Landsman is not recorded. Mr. Landsman votes aye.
Anyone else seeking recognition for the? Seeing none. It's a gentleman from Louisiana.
He is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Anyone else seeking recognition for the roll call? You got everybody? Okay. Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 45 ayes and 0 nays.
The bill,
Pardon me,
the
correction.
ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 7389 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7389, a bill to modernize the motor vehicle safety programs of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the
Without
House.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Okay. Seeing none. Well, you want to talk on the bill or on the Ains? Let me call up the Ains and we'll do that. Okay, I'll call up the Ains. For what purpose? You want to speak on the bill? Okay. It's a gentle lady's recognized for 5. You want to wait till I call up the Ains? Gentle lady's recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentle lady.
First, I want to thank you, Chair Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone, and our committee staffs for months of hard work and stakeholder engagement that went into being able to present this bipartisan auto safety package ahead of the upcoming surface transportation reauthorization. I am encouraged by what we are considering today, a bipartisan work product. It's not easy, especially on issues as complex as vehicle safety, consumer protection, innovation, and the future of the auto industry. I believe deeply that America must continue to lead the future of mobility. We put the world on wheels, and we must maintain our leadership on innovation and technology. We cannot afford to fall behind, and this committee has a responsibility to modernize our laws, strengthen safety standards, support innovation, and protect American consumers and workers. I know how much progress has been made and common ground found on most of the issues. And I know that the chairman and ranking member are committed to continuing to work on right to repair, protecting our industries from communist China, and in that vein, also on AVs. And I hope we will address that sooner than later, and we'll talk about that later. The inclusion of my bipartisan bill, the Safe Vehicle Access for Survivors Act, which protects survivors of domestic violence from the misuse of connected vehicle technologies, will save lives. As vehicles become more connected, we must ensure that these technologies are not weaponized against vulnerable people. I'm also pleased to see the inclusion of our negotiated AM radio compromise. AM radio remains a vital tool for communities across the country, particularly for delivering life-saving information during emergencies and national disasters. We've worked on this issue for years, engaged extensively with the automakers, the broadcasters, and other stakeholders, and this work represents the best path forward. I'm glad to see our bipartisan supply chain provisions included in this package, which will strengthen domestic manufacturing, support innovation, and protect our economic and national security. And it gives the federal government additional tools to identify, monitor, and respond to critical supply chain vulnerabilities before they become full-blown crises. I appreciate that we were able to find a first step on right to repair issues and balance concerns about cybersecurity, consumer privacy, safety, intellectual property, and the long-term strength of the domestic industry. Thank you for the commitment of every member on this committee to continue the work on this issue that is for the good of consumers, costs, data privacy, among many other issues. The package also includes important safety measures, studying the effects of driver-controlled technology on severe traffic injuries in facilities, preventing misleading advertising around partially automated driving systems, requiring clearer consumer disclosures, requiring vehicles to include a mechanical manual door release, and continuing work on advanced driver assistance systems and automatic emergency braking technologies to better protect vulnerable road users. There's a lot of auto stuff in this bill. We're also going to be addressing issues like battery fires, hazardous chemicals, and pulsating brake lights to improve road safety and save lives. I really want to talk about and thank you for your serious understanding of the threat that China vehicles and their connected technologies are in this country. Every modern vehicle is effectively a rolling data collection device. We cannot allow China to gain a foothold in manufacturing in this country and in the American automotive ecosystem. This proposal isn't as comprehensive as the John Molinar's and my bipartisan bicameral Connected Vehicle Security Act, but this committee recognized the urgency of keeping Chinese vehicles and technologies out of our market and protecting Americans' data and our national security. Too many people don't understand when they get in a vehicle, your data on your iPads and your iPhones are being used by somebody else, and we've got to address that. I'm running out of time, so I'll talk more later, but I want to thank you, Chairman Guthrie and Frank Pallone. I know I've been a pain in the bazooka, but this is a good, important work, and thank you for getting us here.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member, and of course to the staff for all of the work that has gone into this over the last several months so that we can have this strong bipartisan consensus that includes so many different important policy priorities. I served as a police officer in the Denver metro area for over a decade, and I was actually one of the officers in charge of forensic accident reconstruction on the west side of the Denver metro area. And as someone who often responded to accidents from fender benders to serious and fatal accidents, driver and pedestrian safety has long been important to me. And that's why I'm so proud to see so many of the different vehicle safety provisions included in today's title, from tire regulatory reform to studies on flammability standards to the Magnus White and Safe Streets for Everyone Act. And I'm confident that the good work of this committee, bipartisan work of this committee, is going to help protect the next generation of Americans as the auto industry continues to innovate. But safe vehicles also need safe roads. And so while we're working on vehicle safety here, I'm also proud of the work that's happening in adjacent areas like the surface transportation reauthorization, because that's a top priority for my constituents that I wanted to take just a moment to touch on. After 8 years of mismanagement in Colorado under the Democrats, my state's roads are some of the worst in the nation. We have the 6th worst urban roadways and the 4th worst rural roadways in the nation because the ruling Democrats in Colorado have failed to adequately invest in core roadway maintenance and safety, and that impacts all of the vehicle safety things that we're working on here today if we don't have safe roads. Basic road infrastructure shouldn't be a partisan issue. Critical transportation corridors like I-25, Highway 85, and I-76 in my district serve as economic lifelines for families and farmers and employers and jobs, but commuters and businesses face worsening congestion, repeated vehicle damage, longer travel times, and an increasing risk of serious accidents. On average, my constituents in Colorado are facing an estimated $1,900 a year in increased cost to repair their vehicles as a result of bad roadways. Additionally, audits conducted by the Colorado Department of Transportation itself find millions of taxpayer dollars unaccounted for, as well as statutory violations and funding disbursements. These are basic benchmarks of reliability and trust that the state has failed to meet time and again. And so that's why federal legislation like today's vehicle safety bill and other adjacent efforts are so important, because it allows the federal government to fill in those gaps left by states and provide common sense guardrails for implementing federal dollars for road infrastructure and making sure that the safe vehicles that are being considered today aren't damaged on poor roads. I'm proud to support this committee's efforts and the efforts of the entire U.S. House of Representatives, and I want to once again thank the chair and the ranking member, and yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. There's further discussion. Dr. Ruiz, the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a proud co-sponsor of the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act, a piece of legislation that is included in this package. This bill does something straightforward. It requires the Department of Transportation to issue a rule mandating that all new passenger vehicles sold in the U.S. include functional AM broadcast radio as standard equipment. It serves as a guarantee that when Americans get in their car, they can access the same emergency communication systems that has protected this country for decades. Whether it's a wildfire racing across the desert floor, a flash flood tearing through a canyon, or an extreme heat emergency, people need to know. We saw what happens when that system fails. When the Camp Fire tore through Paradise in California in November 2018, cell networks were immediately overwhelmed and then destroyed. Residents reported that AM radio was one of the only functioning sources of real-time information as they fled. Many survivors credited broadcast radio with giving them direction when they had no other way to receive updates. AM radio does not need a signal bar. So when cell towers go down, when the internet goes dark, when the power grid fails, AM radio is still there. It reaches people in the moments when everything else has failed them. My district is home to some of the most vulnerable communities in California, from farm workers in the Imperial Valley, seniors in the desert cities, and tribal communities across our region. These are families who may not have access to real-time smartphone alerts. These are people driving to work before sunrise in areas where cell coverage is spotty at best. For them, AM radio is a lifeline to emergencies. The emergency alert system, FEMA, and first responders all depend on AM broadcast infrastructure. So our constituents deserve to get in their car and know that if there is an emergency, they will hear about it. This bill has over 300 co-sponsors in this chamber, meaning that Republicans and Democrats, rural and urban members, all standing together on a simple premise that emergency communication should not be optional. I'm proud to co-sponsor this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this package. The families in my district and across the country cannot afford to be left without a warning. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. No matter how you slice it and no matter what industry, there's not a single American who isn't impacted by supply chains. In Michigan's 10th congressional district, supply chains are the equivalent to rocket fuel, providing firepower to the #1 manufacturing district in the country to power the economy for the state of Michigan. Having strong and reliable supply chains is absolutely essential to ensuring every American can get the food, the fuel, household products, and every other consumer product they need. I was very pleased, Mr. Chairman, to see my bill, H.R. 2444, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act, included in the committee's bipartisan Motor Vehicle Modernization Act. The Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act is about bringing jobs back home, lowering costs for hardworking families. No longer just about economics, supply chains are vital to America's national security interests as well. We must do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure our nation's supply chain is resilient, shock-resistant, and protected from nefarious foreign adversaries. This includes public enemy #1, the Chinese Communist Party. The threat from China is real, and I'm glad we finally have a commander-in-chief who isn't afraid to get tough with our adversaries. To achieve a strong, resilient supply chain, we must have a coordinated, whole-of-government approach that decreases dependence on our adversaries and leverages American ingenuity. The Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act does exactly this and is a massive step in the right direction. Resilient global supply chains are the cornerstone of American innovation leadership, and we must take clear and decisive action in this global competition with China. Thank you for your support, Mr. Chairman, and for your leadership. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Ms. Matsui. You want to be recognized? You want on the Ains or the bill? You want to do the Ains? Okay. So gentleman from California, you've already gone, Dr. Rees. So the next gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, in fast-growing Central Florida, we desperately need a new infrastructure law. And so I'm pleased today to see us doing our part for this surface bill. as one of the fastest growing areas in the nation, now the 20th largest metro area. We've seen over the last 5 years a $3.5 billion I-4 expansion, which I was proud to help get the money for, upgrades of over $350 million to our local airports, including a $33 million airport grant this week for Orlando International Airport and another $10 million grant for Kissimmee Gateway Airport. We're also expanding the Poinciana Parkway, which is an area that is desperately facing a lot of traffic. And we're seeing a Sunrail Bright Line expansion to help get thousands of our workers to the tourism corridor and to get tourists to their final destination. But the money's running out. We're seeing that after this round, we may not see a lot of these big funding opportunities if we don't get a surface bill together, a new infrastructure law. So I'm pleased to see Energy and Commerce do our part for the new infrastructure law with this bill today, which touches on a whole bunch of drivers' safety issues, from touchscreens to automatic emergency braking systems, fire prevention, standards for partially automated vehicles, promoting American EVs and hybrids, lithium-ion batteries, securing semiconductor supply chains, and more. We do still have some unfinished business in this committee with regard to the infrastructure law. We are still waiting to see rural broadband be implemented across many areas of Florida and across the nation. I hope we can continue our efforts to make sure this promise comes true. In addition, we have brownfield legislation that I know we're working on together, but it's something that we need to get done. I also encourage the committee to consider another major water project chapter like we saw last time around to help our state revolving funds. I know whether it's drought in the west or whether it is water supply in the east, this is absolutely critical. In addition, I want to talk a little bit about the AM radio bill. We know hurricanes in Central Florida and across the state. Without AM radio, a lot of times all these other systems fail, and you just go out to your car, you turn on your vehicle, and you get to hear key information that saves lives. It also is important for local information, whether it's weather or traffic or even conservative talk radio on AM radio. We get some more progressive stuff too. We also want to make sure we're protecting artists online as well and on the radio. Last thing I want to talk about is the Sunshine Protection Act. This was literally a bill I wrote personally back in 2013 where it would extend daylight savings or give states the option to extend daylight savings throughout the whole wintertime, something that was very popular in Florida, something that our legislature finally passed out. So this would give us an opportunity to finally not have the back and forth of the clocks without going into darkness as we see with standard time. So I'm excited to see this also be included in the project for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Ruley? No, he just scratches. So I'll add but I have Ms. Trahan next. I'll get Ms. Bardagon. I had her list on the list. All right, Ms. Trahan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2020, the people of Massachusetts passed our right to repair law at the ballot box with 75% of the vote, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. It's hard to get 3 out of 4 people in Massachusetts to agree on anything, but they agreed to this. When you buy a car, it's your car. You should be able to get it fixed where you want, by whom you want, the dealership, the corner garage, or in your own driveway. But for years, the will of the voters was stalled by litigation. The automakers fought the 2020 law tooth and nail, rejecting the automakers' preemption claims and upholding the law. Finally, Massachusetts isn't able to enforce their law, and the autos will need to comply. So I come to this hearing with one simple question about the text in front of us. Does it protect the will of my constituents, or does it quietly chip away at it? And I worry that it chips away. Here's the issue in plain terms. The bill has a section that lists the state laws it promises not to touch. That's a good instinct, but look at which laws it protects. It protects the laws governing relationships between car makers and their dealers, the franchise system, but the relationship at the very heart of right to repair isn't the one between the manufacturer and the dealer. It's the relationship between the manufacturer and you, the owner, and between the manufacturer and the independent mechanic you choose to trust with your car. That relationship is not reflected on the list of protected provisions. The most important one is just simply missing. It's like writing a law to protect a house from a storm and carefully naming the windows and the garage and the back porch, but not mentioning the front door. Now, I am not accusing anyone in this room of trying to wipe out the Massachusetts law, but intentions aren't what end up in front of a judge. The words are. And when Congress writes down a list of what it's protecting and the most important item is left off that list, I think the lawyers notice, courts notice, and a few years from now, a judge could look at that gap and conclude that Washington meant to push aside the will of 3 out of 4 Massachusetts voters. Not because we ever debated it in this room, but because of a hole nobody bothered to close. The good news is that it's fixable, and it's cheap to fix. If the intent really is not to preempt or to set a floor, let's say so where it counts. If we mean for states to be free to go further, let's put it in the law and not spend a decade in more litigation paid for by the very people this bill is supposed to help. My constituents already did the work. They studied it, they debated it, and they voted. All I'm asking for is from this committee is that we not undo their vote by accident. Although this bill is chock full of bipartisan provisions, including many that I've co-sponsored, I can't support it until I get the certainty that my constituents expect of me, and I hope that that happens before the vote on the floor. Thanks, I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield 10 seconds to me, Neil Dunn?
Yep.
I just want to say the gentlelady's remarks were articulate and were intelligent, and I hope that everybody takes them to heart. And this is a serious matter, and it's a big deal, and thank you so much for your support. Thank you very much, Representative Cheyenne. I yield.
Thank you, Congressman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes Ms. Bardagon for 5 minutes. Speak on the
thank
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I support the bill and many of the important auto safety and consumer protection policies, I do have concerns about the Sunshine Protection Act included in the bill. The bill would make daylight savings time permanent across most of the United States unless a state chooses to exempt itself before the bill goes into effect. Like many Americans, I too am tired of changing our clocks twice a year. Parents hate it, workers hate it, our bodies hate it. But making daylight savings time permanent poses health and safety issues. Doctors, neurologists, sleep scientists, and major medical organizations have warned Congress that permanent daylight savings time would hurt public health and public safety. The American Medical Association has called for permanent standard time instead because standard time better aligns with the human body's natural circadian rhythm. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine agrees. Why? Because our bodies are built to wake up with morning light. When sunrise gets pushed later into the morning, especially in winter, it turns off our sleep, our mood, our concentration, and even our heart health. Sleep experts have linked the shift to daylight savings time with higher risk of heart attacks, strokes, depression, and car crashes. And for millions of Americans, permanent daylight savings would mean going to school and work in darkness for months. It would put sunrise in many states past 8 a.m. for over 3 months. We have tried this before. Most recently, in 1974, during the energy crisis, the United States experimented with permanent daylight savings time. Support for it collapsed once Americans experienced those dark winter mornings firsthand. Communities and workplaces had to adjust schedules because people were starting their day in darkness. Children were waiting for school buses in pitch black streets. In Florida alone, 8 children were killed in traffic accidents in the weeks after the change. That's not auto safety. Communities pushed back. Congress reversed course. We should learn from that history instead of repeating it, and today we know even more than we did in 1974. Researchers found higher traffic fatality rates in places where people are more often driving in darkness and against their natural body clocks. Why? Because exhausted people driving in darkness is a dangerous combination. So yes, even more evening daylight may sound appealing, but this decision should be guided first by public health and public safety. And it should be about listening to medical experts who have spent years studying sleep, our body clocks, and public health. So yes, let's end the disruption of changing the clocks twice a year, but I'm not sure this is the right way to do that. And I urge my colleagues to think about considering a fix before this bill is with it and becomes law. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to strongly associate myself with the comments from my colleague from Massachusetts, Mr. Hahn. The implied preemption within the right to repair legislation here is not acceptable to my constituents in Massachusetts. This is a consumer rights issue. This is an issue about lowering the cost of auto insurance premiums. And it's an issue about supporting independent businesses in Massachusetts. And we've got to defend that prerogative. I also, Chair, want to speak to pedestrian safety issues in this bill. I applaud the committee for removing dangerous provisions from the Motor Vehicle Modernization Act, including language that would have threatened the independent safety testing of new cars. And I'm also pleased that the committee has included Representative Clark's Magnus White and Safe Streets for Everyone Act. That important bill would direct NHTSA to require new passenger vehicles to be equipped with automatic emergency brake systems that detect and respond to bicyclists, motorcyclists, and other vulnerable road users, regardless of clothing color, skin tone, or lighting. I also support the inclusion of Representative Mullen's Driver Technology and Pedestrian Safety Act, which directs NHTSA to study the impact touchscreen interfaces have on distracted driving and crashes. I think we all experience that in our vehicles, that these touchscreens are leading to more distracted driving. This package is an important step towards ensuring NHTSA's regulations protect all road users, not just those in vehicles. Traffic deaths have reached public health crisis levels in this country. In 2022, pedestrian deaths reached their highest number, 7,500 in 41 years, and 2024 data is only slightly down from that peak. The preliminary 25 data shows an encouraging decrease, but rates are still above 2019 levels. Pedestrian deaths are increasing at a rate far faster than overall traffic fatalities. Between 2009 and 2023, pedestrian deaths rose a staggering 80%, while all other traffic fatalities increased 13%. Over the past 30 years, the average U.S. passenger vehicle has gotten about 4 inches wider, 10 inches longer, 8 inches taller, and 1,000 pounds heavier. Obviously, human beings have not gotten commensurately bigger. Pickup trucks, SUVs, and vans with a hood height greater than 40 inches are 45% more likely to cause fatalities than shorter vehicles with a hood height of 30 inches or less. Basically, the cars are getting bigger and heavier, and it's putting pedestrians at risk. And that needs to be part of how we evaluate the safety of motor vehicles. Because vehicle design can play an important role in reducing fatalities, including by improving driver sight lines and reducing weight and height. Technology like NHTSA must play a more active role in ensuring vehicle design and technology deployment that keeps all road users safe. Each of us knows someone impacted by this. My former intern and constituent, Sam Kesselman, was the victim of a hit and run in Washington, D.C. in 2022. He fought for 5 months to survive a traumatic brain injury, but ultimately succumbed to his injuries. The number of traffic deaths in this country is unacceptable, and NHTSA must do more to protect pedestrians. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on the bill because I've heard some different things on it. Are there any provisions that include preemption in the bill?
Gentlelady recognized? You?
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, no, I just had a question because I've
Okay,
been
I'm sorry.
hearing.
I didn't hear your question.
Oh, sorry. I'd just been hearing some different things in the bill about preemption. So I just wanted to make sure. I think we're all very, I think many of us share in the values. We're very committed on right to repair and all of that. And so I was just curious about what statutes around preemption, if any, are included in the bill.
There's no preemption in the bill. So the memorandum of understandings that are codified in the study for right to repair that's authorized in the bill does not preempt any state laws. This is what we were discussing when you were asking the question.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
Sorry.
there's no preemption in the bill. We want to make sure that everybody understands there's no preemption. And we're going to do that in a colloquy, but I guess we can do it now. My understanding is there's no preemption in the bill. We'll verify there's no preemption in the bill, but I understand
Okay,
that.
fabulous.
Would
Thank you.
the
That's all I-
gentlewoman yield?
Yes.
I know that Jake disagrees, and he thinks there's some kind of implied preemption, but both Mr. Guthrie and I, the chairman, do not agree with that. We're assuring you that we're not preempting any state and that we do not agree that there's any implied preemption.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, no further on the bill. Bill is open up for amendment, and the chair will call up amendment MVMA_ANS.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7389, offered by Mr. Guthrie.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. So the direct economic benefits of the automotive sector are undeniable, creating millions of American jobs, driving more than $1 trillion of economic activity. From assembly plants and suppliers to dealerships and logistic networks, the auto industry remains a foundational industry of the U.S. economy and a key driver of American competitiveness. We began this effort last June with an educational hearing, and from the outset, our goals have been aligned, supporting safer, more affordable vehicles and an innovative American auto industry. I've appreciated working with my friends across the aisle to make this the strongest package possible, from safety standards to hardening of our supply chains. I want to thank all members who have worked diligently to bring these bills to the committee so that we can advance nearly a dozen member priorities for consideration for the full House. This legislation reflects the tradition of bipartisanship of this committee and demonstrates the ability to address big issues that our constituents care about. Simply put, these proposals make our roads safer and American businesses more prosperous. And I will yield back. Does anyone seek to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the bipartisan work on this safety title for the Surface Transportation Reauthorization, which I am encouraging everyone to vote yes on today. I'm pleased that we were able to include auto safety bills from Democratic members in the package, including Representative Clark's bill honoring cyclist Magnus White and protecting cyclists and motorcyclists, Representative Mullen's bill addressing distracted drivers and the impact of touch screens on car crashes, Representative Schreier's bill ensuring that car manufacturers are honest in their marketing of automation features and that consumers are educated about the features of their vehicles, and Representative Kelly's bill that ensures occupants can escape cars with electronic door handles in the event of a power loss. I'm also pleased that we were able to include bipartisan bills, including Representative Dingell and Crenshaw's Safe Access for Survivors Act, which protects survivors from being tracked by their abusers to their vehicles. It also includes Representative Matsui and Griffith's bill requiring a study of vehicle flammability hazards. Other bipartisan bills in the package will help prevent e-bike battery fires, encourage safe vehicle modifications, and shore up our supply chains, especially for semiconductors, which are an essential component of all modern cars. And finally, I'm glad that the AM radio bill sponsored by myself and Mr. Bilirakis, AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act, is included in the package to ensure free, reliable access to AM radio. This is a long overdue priority for American consumers, and I look forward to it finally becoming law. And I'm also glad to see we're addressing daylight savings in this bill. Having daylight savings time year-round helps our tourism industry in New Jersey. I know my Floridian friend, Mr. Soto, also mentioned it, including the Jersey Shore. And not changing clocks back and forth also is better from a health and safety point of view, according to numerous studies. So again, thank you to the chair and his staff for working across the aisle on these issues. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes Dr. Dunn from Florida for 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr.
amendment.
Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized. Speak on the amendment.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the chairman for offering an amendment that represents a fairly negotiated version of my Repair Act. As my colleagues know, automotive right to repair has been a priority of mine for the last several years. And while I appreciate that this amendment in nature of substitute includes a section on this subject, I do think that it falls short of ensuring that each one of our constituents has the choice of where to seek safe and affordable and accessible repair for their vehicles. A simple codification of an outdated memorandum of understanding is insufficient in addressing the very real restrictions on repair data that are currently being implemented by vehicle manufacturers in an effort to monopolize the repair market. And while I believe there are several missing components in the MOU, the most glaring is that it does not include wirelessly transmitted data referred to generally as telematics. As at a time when families are already stretched thin by rising cost of living, Congress has a responsibility to respect consumers' rights and repair their own vehicles, support the small businesses that keep our communities running, and put an end to the unnecessary barriers that drive up repair costs for hardworking Americans. However, I'm extremely disappointed that the version included in the package we vote on will not include the True Repair Act. It is simply a watered-down version that was derailed by parties that stand to gain from the status that it fails to protect the consumer choice and promote competition and help lower repair costs for hardworking families. My Repair Act would create a clear, workable framework to ensure vehicle owners and repair professionals have access to all of the information needed to safely maintain and repair modern vehicles, including telematics. If you own your car, then you should own the data generated by your car, specifically critical repair, maintenance, wear, tear, calibration, and recalibration of parts data. This is a basic concept of ownership. It's yours, it belongs to you. I've worked with integrity across the spectrum of stakeholders, the independent repair industry, the auto manufacturers, as well as dozens of other stakeholders from the automotive industry, dealers, rental car industry, heavy-duty vehicles, independent businesses, and consumer advocates. This legislation has been improved through this process, incorporating many suggestions from automakers, franchise dealers, and everybody alike. I have been disappointed to see the bipartisan and consensus language pulled for what is included today, language that I saw only 2 days ago. I want to thank Chairman Guthrie, his team, his fellow members and stakeholders for their work holders on this bill, and I appreciate the commitment of the chair and the ranking member to continue to work on this matter. And with that, I'll be able to support the broader bill today, but please know I want to get the real Repair Act done, and I will not back down from this fight. And I thank Ms. Trahan for her comments earlier. With that, I yield back, Mr.
Think the gentleman would yield?
Yes.
I know we've worked hard together on this as well. I know you pushed it,
Yeah.
and we will, as we'll discuss later, continue to work this issue. So I appreciate your,
Thank you very much, Mr.
appreciate it.
Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Matsui, Ms. Matsui. Gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. And first of all, I'd like to say that I appreciate the clarification that there is no preemption in this bill. I'm glad to see my Motor Vehicle Flammability Standards Study Act included in this vehicle safety package. I want to thank Congressman Griffith for working with my office on this important bill, and I want to thank Chairman Bilirakis and Ranking Member Schakowsky for including our bill in this package. 6 years ago, Mr. Griffith and I worked together to pass the SOFA Act. That bill updated national fire safety standards for household furniture to remove outdated requirements for toxic flame retardants. We now know that those flame retardants contain dangerous chemicals that can cause cancer and developmental disorders, disrupt the endocrine system, and cause hormone imbalances, among other health impacts. The SOFA Act changed national fire safety standards to eliminate dangerous chemicals in household furniture, but some of those same chemicals are still found in vehicle upholstery. That's because fire safety standards for vehicles require the vehicle upholstery contain those same toxic flame retardants. That standard was issued in 1971 to prevent fires from lit cigarettes. I think it's about time we take another look at that standard and see if we can meet the same level of fire safety without exposing drivers and passengers to toxic chemicals. This bill has the support of the International Association of Firefighters, who know better than anyone the challenges posed by vehicle fires. I look forward to working with Mr. Griffith and the committee to advance this important bill and protect Americans from exposure to dangerous chemicals. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Thanks for this markup. I'd like to take a moment to talk about some of the important priorities reflected in this AINS. First, the inclusion of the AM radio for every vehicle act. It's an important step forward maintaining public safety. That's the bottom line. As we head toward hurricane season, all those on the East Coast across the Gulf should be confident in knowing that they can receive emergency messages through AM radio in their cars. If all else fails, AM radio is there. In many cases, this is the only way that people can reasonably rely on messages as they evacuate areas before, during, and in the aftermath of a storm. On this, I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone for working with me, again, on his partnership in passing the standalone bill through the CMT committee, which I chair, and including it in the service transportation bill. We appreciate that so much. Separately, I also want to highlight the inclusion of the Sunshine Protection Act into the AINS to make daylight savings time the new permanent standard time. Like clockwork, twice a year, I hear from my constituents, I know you do too, on their dread of having to change the clocks. For decades, Americans have long criticized this switch as disruptive to families, businesses, schools, and public health. Studies have also shown that the economic productivity increases with more evening daylight, while reducing traffic accidents and improving overall quality of life. I'm pleased to work with, again, I've worked with Congressman Buchanan on this issue for many years, and it's been long discussed, and it's about time we get it through. I also want to recognize Secretary of State Marco Rubio for the work he has done as a senator in moving this same language through the Senate unanimously in 2022. I also want to recognize the great support from our great President, Donald Trump, for supporting this particular bill. We appreciate it so much. I know my constituents do. These are only two reasons why I support this. I also want to address the battery fires, the bill as far as addressing battery fires in motor vehicles. That idea came from Meg Weinberger from the great state of Florida. She's a state representative, and we work together on these issues. So let's get this done, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the ranking member and all the members of the committee. Let's pass this unanimously, and I'll yield back and get it on the floor as soon as possible. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Ms. Clark from New York for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. Kim wanted to be recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Good morning, and thank you to Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone for holding this markup today and for including my bill, the Magnus and Safe Streets for Everyone Act, in this package. I would also like to thank the parents of Magnus White, Jill and Michael White, for being here today and throughout our deliberations and for their tireless efforts to improve the standards for automatic emergency braking technology that could have saved Magnus's life. For those of you who don't know, Magnus White was a 17-year-old U.S. national cycling champion. In the summer of 2023, while on his final training ride before representing the United States at the Mountain Bike World Championships, Magnus was struck and killed by a reckless driver while on a designated bike route. Advanced safety features like automatic emergency braking systems could have prevented this tragedy. That is why Congressman Joe Neguse and I have been honored to join the White family and their nonprofit, The White Line, in their fight and put forth this legislation that directs NHTSA to issue a final rule on automatic emergency braking systems to protect cyclists and other vulnerable road users regardless of lighting conditions, skin tone, or clothing. Roadway fatalities have plagued this country and have disproportionate impacts on communities of color. Black Americans are 4 times more likely to die while cycling and face more than twice the risk in overall roadway fatalities. Historical redlining and divestment in transportation and infrastructure have left communities of color with fewer transit options, broken or missing sidewalks, poor lighting at night, and unsafe street crossings. When our streets are neglected and safety corners are cut, speeding is encouraged and pedestrians and cyclists are put in harm's way. Roadway fatalities are a real and preventable problem that affects everyone regardless of political affiliation or background. I'm thankful that today we are able to find a bipartisan agreement that will help prevent another family from experiencing the heartbreak that the Whites have. I hope this bare minimum technology can be included in the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. It is essential that we act to stop the unnecessary death or injury of so many Americans, prioritize safety, and honor Magnus's legacy. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to start by thanking you and the committee for your hard work on this motor vehicle modernization package. This AINS includes a number of provisions that will improve vehicle safety, strengthen consumer information, support innovation, and make sure that our federal policy keeps pace with the way that vehicle design is changing. I am especially pleased that this package includes the ADAS Functionality and Integrity Act, which I introduced with Congresswoman Harshbarger. We all know how advanced driver assistance systems have become integral to ensuring safety in motor vehicles, but those systems depend on the calibration of multiple sensors and cameras, and the calibration of those sensors depends on the physical characteristics of the vehicle. When a vehicle is repaired or modified, it's important that those systems are recalibrated to allow them to continue to function. So this part of what is now the AINS will direct NHTSA to study the most common legal vehicle modifications and assess how those modifications may affect ADAS functionality. That's going to allow these systems to continue to function even when a vehicle is repaired or modified, and I'd like to thank the committee for including that in the bill. However, Mr. Chairman, I do have to raise a serious objection to the inclusion of the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act in Subtitle C of this AINS. Now, to be clear, I am a fan of AM radio. I think it is very useful, particularly in the emergency situations that some of my colleagues have been talking about. However, I do not feel it is appropriate for government to force consumers to buy something that they may or may not want. Forcing vehicle manufacturers to include AM radios as standard equipment might have not been such a big deal in internal combustion engine vehicles where the incremental cost of including an AM radio is small. However, that is not true with electric vehicles. AM radio signals operate at extremely long wavelengths, which is why they travel so well, but that also means that they're easily interfered with by electric motors because the frequencies of that electric interference overlap. And those motors operate at extremely high voltages and power. So when we had hearings on this bill, we discussed the incremental cost of shielding an electric vehicle, and although it varies from vehicle to vehicle, we had testimony that it's potentially hundreds of dollars per vehicle. Colleagues, these vehicle manufacturers will have no choice but to pass those costs along to consumers in a higher base price for the vehicle. So I don't think that our role should be to force consumers to pay potentially hundreds of dollars more for a vehicle just to include an AM radio. I don't think that that's the role of government. So I'd like to register my objection to that, the inclusion of that section of the bill. However, I do appreciate the work that's gone into the overall package, and I believe that this is going to meaningfully move vehicle safety forward in the United States. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair will recognize, we have Ms. Dingle recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Okay.
I already
Have Mullen.
Thank you. I already spoke regarding my support for this bipartisan auto safety package, and I again want to thank the chair and ranking member for the tough negotiations and hard work that went into putting this together. America must continue to lead the future of mobility. We must continue to innovate, and we must continue to set the global standards. We cannot afford to fall behind, and we have a responsibility to modernize our laws to protect American consumers, manufacturers, and workers. I am especially proud that my bipartisan Safe Vehicle Access for Survivors Act was included in this package. Perpetrators of domestic violence are increasingly using connected technologies to track, monitor, harass, intimidate, and harm survivors. As vehicles become more connected and collect more data, we must ensure these technologies are not weaponized against vulnerable people. This legislation helps protect survivors while ensuring they can safely maintain access to their vehicles and transportation. I know that we're going to hear more from the chair and the ranking member on the right to repair language. I support the right to repair, and consumers should be able to take their vehicles where they choose for repairs, including independent repair shops, so long as real, proper guardrails are in place for safety, cybersecurity, consumer privacy, and intellectual property. This language codifies the existing MOU between automakers and the aftermarket repair community that's been in place for more than a decade, while ensuring independent shops continue to have access to the tools, technical data, and repair information they need. This system works as roughly 70% of out-of-warranty repairs already happen at independent repair facilities. And it's important that automakers retain access to the information necessary to help keep drivers and vehicles safe and secure. So when there's a recall, they know who's got the vehicle. I urge, as this work continues, and I make this commitment to my friend, Mr. Dunn. We said we wanted to work together on this, and I want to work with the chairman, the ranking member, and Mr. Dunn to make sure that all the stakeholders are heard on these critical issues, and that we protect consumer privacy, security, and cost. I already said I strongly support the AM radio compromise in this package because it reflects practical bipartisan policymaking. AM radio remains a vital tool, as we all know, for communities across the country, particularly for delivering life-saving emergency alerts and public safety information. This compromise includes a sunset provision recognizing that technology evolves and Congress should periodically reassess mandates. It also strengthens compliance timelines and requires a public study on the impacts of AM radio requirements in autonomous vehicles, so future decisions are guided by evidence and data. And this matters to all the parties concerned. As my colleague from Michigan talked about, the Bipartisan Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act is one I have led for a couple of congressional sessions to create a supply chain resiliency program within the Department of Commerce, establishing an early warning system to identify disruptions before they become crises, strengthen public-private coordination, and helps reduce dependence on our adversaries by supporting domestic manufacturing and diversifying supply chains. Finally, I'm going to touch on China. We cannot be dependent on China for everything. I know some will say we need their parts for EVs or for this or that. America's got to build its own supply chain. And we have to have policies that don't do carve-outs for certain people. We've got to build our supply chain here. China cannot gain a foothold in our market. And that's why I support the language in this amendment addressing the Chinese vehicles. I'm very grateful that the chair and our ranking member recognize the urgency of protecting our economic and national security. And we don't have a level playing field, and it just really matters. I know the work will continue, and I thank the chairman and ranking member for their commitment to this. And I know they'll look at our John Molinaire's, mine, Bernie Molino's package. Finally, I wish all our bipartisan work around autonomous vehicle had been included in this package, and I remain committed to continuing the bipartisan work with Representative Lada and others to move a federal AV framework. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment and the amended underlying bill, and I hope my colleagues will too. And I yield back.
Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the
Speak
last
on
word
the
and
aims.
speak in support of H.R. 7389, the Motor Vehicle Modernization Act of 2026, including the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act in the Motor Vehicle Modernization Act, helps ensure Americans continue to have easy access to a trusted source of local news, weather information, and emergency alerts by keeping AM radio available as a standard equipment in new vehicles. To my constituents in Western New York and the Southern Tier, this issue hits very close to home. My district stretches across rural counties, farming communities, small towns, and areas where people often drive long distances for work, school, and everyday life. For my constituents, local radio is still a regular part of that daily routine. But it also serves a much larger purpose than just filling time on a drive to work. In my part of the state, weather can change very quickly. We all know that lake effect snow and what it can do to Western New York, and we've seen it time and again as severe flooding that devastates communities in the Southern Tier. During those situations, people need reliable access to emergency information, weather updates, and road conditions. AM radio also continues to connect communities in ways that often get overlooked. It carries local news, it carries farm reports, high school sports, and discussions on issues that directly affect families in our regions. In many smaller communities, local radio stations are still one of the few places focused on local small-town voices and local concerns. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan, common-sense provision. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now I'll recognize Mr. Vesey for 5 minutes to speak on the aims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad this committee is finally talking about China when it comes to EVs, although I think it's a couple of years too late. China has been drastically improving their supply chains and gearing up for this fight, and we've been having partisan battles about it. And instead, we should be having partisan battles about we should be having bipartisan talks about the future. As all of us know, EV supply chains are defense supply chains. The batteries, the rare earth minerals, the semiconductors that power EVs are the same inputs that military systems, drones, and communication infrastructure need. China currently controls about 70 to 80% of global lithium-ion battery manufacturing capacity and dominates the processing of critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, and nickel. Allowing a single adversarial nation to control the supply chain for technology Americans will increasingly depend on is a profound strategic vulnerability, and it's one that we absolutely cannot rationalize away in the name of cheaper consumer goods. We have seen what supply chain dependence looks like with semiconductors and pharmaceuticals, and we absolutely cannot repeat that same mistake when it comes to EVs. Chinese EV manufacturers like BYD are selling vehicles at price points Americans and European manufacturers cannot match, not because of innovation, but because of massive, sustained state subsidies that the WTO has struggled to effectively address. We have to act. If we do not, this will not just be a risk that American if we don't act, the risk is not just that American automakers lose market share at home, it's that we lose an entire industrial ecosystem, the engineers, the suppliers, the R&D base. That makes a domestic auto industry possible. The IRA and its EV tax credit provisions were a meaningful step, but they were not sufficient on their own. We need a comprehensive strategy that includes trade enforcement, domestic manufacturing incentives, and allied coordination. Chinese is moving fast. I think the provisions in this bill make a good first step to countering their anti-competitive practices, but we have to do more to make sure we don't lose this fight, and we absolutely cannot have discussions and say things like, well, nobody wants the cars. We have to figure out how we are going to lead in this space, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield time? Would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield? Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I really appreciate the gentleman's comments regarding the strategic vulnerabilities related to our dangerous reliance on China, and would just emphasize, outside of the context of this bill, the need for bipartisan work on securing our own supply chain of critical minerals and rare earth elements. But I commend the gentleman for his comments and again pointing out this strategic vulnerability that we've created for ourselves. I yield back.
Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield back, Mr. Vesey?
Yes.
You back? Okay, very good. Anybody on the Republican side that wishes to speak on the Ains? Okay, I'll recognize Representative Kelly from the great state of Illinois for 5 minutes to speak on the Ains.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word. Vehicle safety standards exist to guarantee that when the worst happens on the road, the systems designed to save lives actually work. Today, unfortunately, that fundamental promise to the American public is not being upheld. As vehicles become more technologically advanced, many manufacturers are replacing traditional mechanical door handles with electric door latch systems. While innovation can improve the driving experience, it cannot come at the expense of passenger safety. In emergencies such as crashes, electrical failures, or battery loss, these systems can fail, leaving occupants trapped inside their vehicles. This is not a hypothetical concern. Reports have documented instances where passengers were unable to exit vehicles because the electronic door systems stopped functioning or emergency releases were difficult to locate and operate under stress. Tragically, these failures have contributed to the loss of life and have left families searching for answers about why a basic safety mechanism was not available when it mattered most. That is why I introduced the Safe Exit Act, to ensure that every passenger has access to a reliable, power-independent way to exit a vehicle during an emergency. As manufacturers move toward electronic systems, we need to ensure basic safety measures can still work, including being able to exit a vehicle safely. My legislation would direct the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to update federal motor vehicle safety standards to establish clear requirements for vehicles equipped with electronic door latches. Specifically, the bill requires accessible manual release mechanisms for each door so passengers can easily use emergency releases in a crisis. Importantly, this legislation does not seek to limit innovation or dictate vehicle design. Instead, it establishes common sense safety guardrails to ensure that advanced technologies continue to prioritize human safety. Innovation and safety are not competing goals. They must go hand in hand. The Safe Exit Act will save lives and prevent further senseless tragedies. I look forward to working with members of the committee to address this timely issue, and I urge my colleagues to support the Motor Vehicle Modernization Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone on the Republican side that wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll have Representative Barragan, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the Ains.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act in the Auto Safety Bill. But there is more work we need to do to make sure that the artists and the creators on AM and FM radio stations are paid fairly. Now, the radio industry earns $14 billion each year in advertising revenue, and the artists who drive listeners to those stations get paid $0. That's because of a loophole in the law that the American Music Fairness Act seeks to correct. The American Music Fairness Act would make sure that artists and music creators are paid when their songs are played on FM and AM radio. Life is hard enough right now for people struggling to make ends meet, and that includes the people who make up our creative middle class. The United States is an outlier here. The only other countries who do not pay artists in this way are Iran, North Korea, and Cuba. Because of this inequity, other industrialized countries also do not pay American artists, costing them hundreds of millions of dollars in royalties each year. Artists deserve to be compensated for their creativity and hard work. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act should be paired with the American Music Fairness Act to ensure fairness and sustainability in both broadcasting and music. As this legislative package goes to the floor, I urge the committee to work to address this issue so that we can pay our artists what they deserve. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone on the Republican side wish to speak on the Ains? Seeing none, I'll recognize Representative Schreier for 5 minutes to speak on the Ains.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for their work on this bipartisan package to advance auto safety so that we can better protect drivers and cyclists and pedestrians. I am so proud to have my bill, the Know Before You Drive Act, included in this package today. My bill will ensure that safety features like the automated driver assistance systems, or ADAS, are used appropriately. These systems can be incredibly helpful safety tools to drivers, but it's important that the public doesn't misunderstand what they're capable of and also what their limitations are. These systems still require drivers to be fully attentive and in control of the vehicle, and over-reliance on ADAS features can result in dangerous driving and collisions. My bill will ensure that car buyers are getting the straightforward facts when they purchase a new vehicle with ADAS features, and it will ensure that car manufacturers don't oversell their technologies and confuse or mislead consumers. I'm proud to see this bill move forward today, and I urge support for this amendment to H.R. 7389 and this Ains.
I thank the gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back. Anybody on the Republican side? Nope, seeing none. Representative Menendez from the great state of New Jersey, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the Ains.
I very much
You're
appreciate
recognized.
the recognition, but I believe my colleague from California, Congressman Mullen, would like to speak.
I move to strike last word. I want to thank the chair, ranking member, and both majority and minority committee staff for their extensive work on this legislative package. I also want to thank the chair for including the amended text of H.R. 3360, my Driver Technology and Pedestrian Safety Act. And I thank Representatives Kane, Dunn, and Soto for their support. As I mentioned in our subcommittee markup, this bill would direct NHTSA to study the effects of in-vehicle technology changes and their possible impact on driver distraction and pedestrian safety. The physical experience of driving a car today has been changing. Knobs, switches, and dials are being quickly replaced by flat screens for everything from climate control, radio, and podcasts to navigation, phone calls, and monitoring car performance. For years, we have been telling drivers to put their phone screens down. Now there's a giant screen in the face of drivers seemingly in every new car. We simply do not yet know what effect this has on driver behavior or if there are ways to improve the experience. What we do know is that pedestrian and traffic deaths in the U.S. have been persistently high. To that end, the Driver Technology and Pedestrian Safety Act would direct NHTSA to research touchscreen technologies, user interface design, and other changing conditions on traffic injuries and fatalities, and report back to Congress on any recommendations the agency may have to address its findings. It's a simple bill that I believe is needed at this moment. I also want to thank organizations that have either supported this effort or provided invaluable technical assistance, including Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety, National Safety Council, Center for Auto Safety, Consumer Reports, and the National Academies.
Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, thank you again for your work on this reauthorization package. While I do have some concerns about the inclusion of provisions that I believe may slow the adoption of electric vehicles, and I question why we are addressing daylight savings time in this bill, I believe the committee should move this package forward given the careful negotiation that went into it. I look forward to voting for it shortly, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody on the Republican side wish to speak on the Ains? Okay, I'll recognize Representative Carter from the great state of Louisiana. You're recognized to speak on the Ains.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
As the co-chair and founder of the bipartisan Congressional Disaster Preparedness and Recovery Caucus, I'm proud to co-sponsor and support the AM Radio for Everyone Vehicle Act of 2025, and glad to see it included in this amendment. This legislation is vital for public safety and saving lives. When disaster strikes, whether it's hurricanes in the Gulf Coast, wildfires out west, or tornadoes across the Midwest, AM radio is one of the most reliable, accessible, and resilient ways to get critical information to the public in real time. Unlike cell networks or internet services, which can go down when power grids fail or towers are damaged, AM radio is built to withstand these emergencies. It reaches people in their cars, trucks, and evacuation routes when the communication systems have already failed. In my district of South Louisiana, we know the devastation hurricanes bring. During storms like Katrina, Rita, Ida, and many others, AM radio stations often are the last lifeline, delivering evacuation orders, weather updates, and emergency instructions when families had no other source of information. This bill ensures that as auto manufacturers modernize, we do not leave behind the critical public safety tool. Removing AM radio from vehicles will put lives at risk, especially for rural communities and vulnerable populations that rely on it most. However, as a representative of the hardworking musicians and artists in New Orleans, I also would like to say a few words about the American Music Fairness Act. The radio industry earns some $14 billion each year in advertising revenue, and the artists who drive listeners to those stations get paid zero, zilch. That's because of a loophole in the law that the American Music Fairness Act seeks to correct. The American Music Fairness Act would ensure that artists and music creators are paid when their songs are played on AM radio. Life is hard enough right now for people struggling to make ends meet, including those who make up our creative middle class. The United States is an outlier. Because of this inequity, and other industrialized countries also do not pay American artists, costing them hundreds of millions of dollars in royalties every year. Artists deserve to be compensated for their creativity and their hard work. The AM Radio for Everyone Vehicle Act should be enacted alongside the American Music Fairness Act to ensure fairness and sustainability in both broadcasting and music. I hope to continue to work with this committee to make this a reality, recognizing that some of the greatest artists in our country are from my home state that have influenced music all over the world, many of which, unfortunately, are being underpaid, undercut, and disengaged from the very art that they perfected. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the Ames?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I have an amendment at the desk.
you're recognized. Amendment to the Ames. You're recognized. The clerk will report the amendment.
LADA_021, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR
Without
7389.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized. The chairman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank for the time today to talk on the amendment. This is on self-drive autonomous vehicles. It's a very, very important issue that's before us. Before I do get started, I want to thank my very good friend from Michigan, the gentlelady from the 6th District, for all the work, the time that she's put in on this over the last more than 10 years to get this bill where we are. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation. I'm going to repeat this.
It is bipartisan. We've worked on this to make sure that we've talked to every group out there, and we're at the point this bill needs to move. Why is it important we have self-drive? It's very important because of several issues. Number one, it's a national security issue. Number one, if we want to make sure the United States is the leader in this technology and not a follower. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal last year that Communist China outpaced Japan for the first time in vehicle production and export, 8 million to 7 million. It's also predicted by the year 2030 that 20% of all Communist Chinese cars will be AV. And we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. It's absolutely essential that, as I said, that the United States leads, and this legislation that we have is essential because we've done multiple things. Number one, we can't have 35 states dictating what we're going to do out there. We have to have a federal preemption standard out there like we do today on automobiles to make sure that our vehicles can travel across state lines. We can't have it where all of a sudden a car's driving down the highway and says to the driver, you got 5 minutes to shut this car off or take control of it because you're going to cross a state line. That can't happen. But also in this legislation, we've also always wanted to maintain that we always have this philosophy. It's safety first, safety last, safety always. And these cars have got to be as safe or safer than anything else on the road. And when you talk about self-drive and what's happening out there, again, Communist China is classified as an adversarial nation. I will repeat this. It is classified as an adversarial nation. What has this committee done over the last several years? Number one, what do we have to do about the communications equipment being installed in this country by Huawei and ZTE? We had a rip and replace that had cost $4.8 billion to make sure that we did not have untrusted networks in the United States. What did we also do in this committee? We made sure that TikTok information on Americans were not being transmitted to Communist China. Also, drones have gone out of this committee to make sure that we don't have Communist Chinese drones flying around this country. My legislation on routers is absolutely important because we don't want Chinese to be picking this up. This is a national security issue for the American people. So when we start talking about what we need to be doing in this country, we've got to start advancing this legislation. And again, when I look at what's happened over the last 10 years, it's been interesting. We had hundreds of meetings to get to the first bill out of this committee unanimously, 54-0. It also passed the House and went over to the Senate. Unfortunately, they didn't get it done over there. But as I said, safety is an important issue in this. 94% of all accidents that occur in this country in automobiles are what? Driver error. Driver error. I ride with the State Highway Patrol, and I'm sure other members ride with their law enforcement. But when you see what's going on our roads, and we on our roads anyway, if you're driving by yourself, we have too many people on their cell phones. Since we passed this legislation in 2017, 340,000 Americans have died on the highways. 340,000 Americans have died on the highways. Since February, when we reintroduced this legislation, 10,000 Americans have died on the highways. We also want to make sure that we're not just talking about what's happening on the highways on the safety side, but let's talk about people out there with disabilities. We want to make sure that people that have a disability or seniors can get out there and be mobile again. So it's absolutely essential we get this work done, and we're in a short period of time. When this bill passed out of the subcommittee, we had a commitment that we were going to start to work on this issue this summer. And I appreciate the agreement that the chairman and the ranking member from New Jersey made. And at this time now, I'm going to ask, I appreciate the opportunity that we move this legislation and work together, and I'd greatly appreciate my friend from New Jersey if we can get this moving this summer.
To you, yeah, I'll recognize.
I mean, my understanding is exactly that commitment has already been made, both to you and to Ms. Dingell, so yes.
Well, I greatly appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, I also have a letter that I'd like to submit ask unanimous consent from the United for Autonomy letter for the record, and I yield back. And I also
Without objection,
and I also
so
withdraw
ordered.
my amendment.
Thank you. I recognize, you're withdrawing, you said? Okay. All right, well, let's just move on then.
I'm sorry, before I withdraw, I recognize the gentlelady from Michigan.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized. I have some comments after that as well, but the gentlelady is recognized
Thank
on
you,
this
Mr.
particular
Chair.
amendment.
I
Yeah,
move to strike the last word.
you're recognized.
Thank you. And I want to first thank my good friend, Representative Lada, for he never stops, he never gives up, his work on autonomous vehicles. He's just incredibly committed, and I'm grateful to call him my friend. And we get on the plane together to go home every Friday and discuss all the different thoughts we have. But we got to get this done. And I want to say, I find it frustrating. I can't say that it's not, or concerning that right now, while we're here, another committee is moving forward with a bipartisan AV agreement and their surface transportation reauthorization markup, while we're still here debating whether we should spend time on our autonomous vehicle policy. It's long past time for Congress to act, and we need to get something across the finish line this year. So I thank Chair Guthrie and my ranking member for committing to working with us these next few months, because we need to move a bipartisan AV framework out of this committee. We have spent years working with stakeholders and holding countless meetings to get this right. We have a strong bipartisan foundation to build from, and this amendment shows that we can continue making progress together. There is real bipartisan interest on this committee, and we cannot continue kicking the can down the road on AVs while the technology continues advancing around us. Autonomous vehicles are already operating in communities across the country, yet we still lack a clear federal framework. Right now, we are relying on a patchwork of state laws and outdated guidance that doesn't reflect the realities of today's technologies. That uncertainty is bad for consumers, it's bad for safety, it's bad for protecting individuals' personal data, and bad for American competitiveness. Meanwhile, China's moving aggressively to dominate the future of autonomous vehicles through coordinated national investments. They subsidize the manufacturing of their product. They manipulate their currency. They use slave labor. That's what we're competing with. They're doing large-scale testing, and they've got deployment strategies. China is shaping the technology and the global standards, and that is unacceptable and should be to every one of us on this committee. They're undercutting American companies in the global market, and with that, our American manufacturers, workers, and supply chains suffer and lose out. And let me be really clear. Right now, they're on our streets. They're going by military installations, collecting data. They're collecting the data that your iPads and phones have. And yet they won't let us on their roads in China. We're not allowed there. That's wrong. Today, we're discussing restrictions on Chinese vehicles in this very markup because we recognize this threat. We should also be working just as hard to strengthen American leadership here at home. We need to continue engaging the stakeholders across the spectrum: labor, industry, yes, the trial lawyers, the safety advocates, the consumer groups, environmental organizations, disability right groups, and others directly impacted by how this technology is deployed. I appreciate that this ANS includes language from our bipartisan discussions around safety, data protections, preemption, manual controls, and commercial testing. These are real and meaningful steps forward. And as my colleague said, every time we have a conversation, safety, safety, safety. That remains at the center of this work. Human error contributes to roughly 94% of vehicle crashes in this country. And in the statistics my colleagues share, more than 40,000 people die on the roads each year. AV technology, if deployed safely and responsibly, saves lives. Congressional inaction doesn't make people safer. That is why we need a strong federal framework that prioritizes safety, protects consumer privacy, strengthens domestic manufacturing, provides regulatory certainty, and ensures innovation happens here in the United States with American workers and American values. It's a safety issue, it's a national security issue, it's a competitiveness issue, it's an economic issue. Representative Lada and I remain committed to continuing this bipartisan work with this committee and all stakeholders who are serious about getting this done. We need to get a bipartisan EV framework signed into law, and we need to work in earnest over these next few months to get there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I want to commend Representative Latta for working on this issue for so many years, along with Representative Dingell. We've got to get this done as soon as possible. I'm going to recognize myself for a couple minutes. We need a federal framework, as I said, so that autonomous vehicles can safely deploy and the American companies developing them can continue to innovate. These vehicles hold enormous potential, not just as a technological advancement, but as a tool to save lives. By reducing human error, which is responsible for most crashes, AVs can prevent accidents before they happen. They also can offer new mobility and independence for seniors and people with disabilities. We must pass this bill. We must have a federal framework soon or cede our competitive edge to China. It's as simple as that. We cannot allow China to set the standards for AV development and deployment, but that will happen if we don't act soon. So I'll yield back the balance of my time. Is there anyone on the Democrat side that wishes to speak on this particular amendment? Okay, Mr. Balderson, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the Latta amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair asked if, Mr. Chairman, thank you for having this important markup today. I offer my support of Congressman Latta's amendment in the Self-Drive Act. Central Ohio and communities in my district know that innovation and transportation is important. Ohio is home to Drive Ohio, the Transportation Research Center, the US 33 Smart Mobility Corridor, Ohio State's University Center for Automotive Research, and other resources that help America test, understand, and implement the next generation of vehicle technology. The Self-Drive Act encourages this innovation while ensuring strong safety standards and federal oversight that will improve vehicle safety and protect our constituents. Additionally, this amendment ensures our rural communities are included in this discussion and will help improve mobility and transportation options for our seniors and those in rural areas without access to reliable transmission options. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Self-Drive Act and support Congressman Latta's amendment. If we want American families and communities to benefit from safer and smarter transportation, Congress should provide a framework that allows this technology to grow here, reasonably and with communities like ours in mind. I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Democrat side that wishes to speak on this particular amendment? Okay, I'll recognize Representative Houchin from the great state of Indiana. You're recognized to speak on the Latta amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
When people hear autonomous vehicles, they usually think about the technology. But for a lot of Americans, the question is more basic than that. The question is, can I get where I need to go? Over 18 million Americans with disabilities face real limits on their ability to travel. For seniors who've had to give up their keys, for people with disabilities, for blind Americans, it's not a small thing. Getting to a doctor's appointment, keeping a job, staying involved in the community, all of it depends on having a way to get there. This is especially important in rural parts of the country where public transportation is not always an option. Right now, for too many people, it's not a given. The National Federation of the Blind has been one of the loudest champions of this bill, and it's not hard to understand why. For a blind American, a self-driving vehicle that actually works means not having to depend on someone else every time you need to go somewhere. And that kind of independence is real. As a mom, I also think about what this means for families from a safety standpoint.
As my colleagues have mentioned, nearly 40,000 Americans died on U.S. roadways in 2024, and 94% of serious crashes are caused by human error. Those aren't statistics. Those are parents, kids, family members, neighbors. If autonomous vehicle technology can meaningfully reduce the number of families that get a knock at the door they never expected, it matters. And from a practical standpoint, we all know what it's like to have too many places to be at once, getting your kids somewhere safely while you're at work, making sure an elderly parent can get to a doctor's appointment without you having to take a day off. These are real issues for families that this technology has shown potential to solve. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill. I'm glad that Mr. Latta and Ms. Dingle continue to push forward on this topic. I look forward to continuing the conversation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes. Dr. Miller Meeks, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the Latta amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
I support Mr. Latta's amendment and am a proud co-sponsor of the Self-Drive Act. As a physician and former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, I see roadway safety as a public health issue. A serious crash is not just a statistic. It represents a trauma call, an emergency room visit, and a family whose life changes in an instant. Just this past weekend in Iowa, a young lady having left high school graduation was killed when she was T-boned by another driver. In Iowa, as a state senator in 2019, we voted on Senator Knoyer's bill on autonomous vehicles and self-driving. Also, as an ophthalmologist, I certainly know the challenges to individuals as they lose vision or have an impairment of vision and want the independence to be able to continue to drive. Nearly 40,000 Americans die on our roads each year. Today's vehicles are safer than ever, but drunk, drowsy, and distracted driving still take thousands of lives. Drunk driving alone killed nearly 12,000 people in 2024. Distracted driving killed more than 3,200. And the last time I checked, autonomous vehicles weren't driving under the influence or texting while driving. If technology can lower crashes caused by impairment, distraction, fatigue, or human error, Congress should create a responsible framework for it. Self-drive raises the safety standard by requiring safety cages, giving NHTSA clear authority over AV safety, and establishing crash reporting and transparency requirements. This is how Congress should tackle a public health problem. Combine innovation with accountability so regulators can see how these vehicles perform. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Self-Drive Act and support Mr. Latta's efforts to advance a responsible federal AV safety framework. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further speakers on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Seeing none, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you for the time and also for the commitment between you and the ranking member to move this legislation. And with that commitment, I will withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. We do want to move this, that's for sure. So gentleman withdraws the amendment. Are there further amendments? Gentlelady from Tennessee, what purpose does gentlelady from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Harsh B _050, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. to
Without
HR
objection, the
70.
reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think if you buy a car, I believe you should own the data that the car generates. It's a very simple principle behind the Bill the Driver Act, which is my bill. And I introduced that with Representatives Weber and Perry, and the driver is all about ownership and consumer choice and affordability and safety. Cars today run on data. For example, if your car knows how much you weigh when you sit down, you need to know it knows that. And also, if it tracks your average speed, if it knows how often you brake, you need to know that. My bill would require secure real-time access to vehicle-generated data so the owner can decide when that data is shared and with whom. That approach supports competition
whether it's in repair, in fleet management, or mobility services. It also protects consumers from a future where they must pay recurring fees just to access basic operational information from the vehicle they've already purchased. Mr. Chairman and Subcommittee Chairman Bill Rockus, I want to thank you for working with me on the driver and your staff. It's Megan and Julia and Matt and Evangelos. They spent countless hours strengthening the vehicle data access, and I'm grateful for that partnership. And I appreciate that the committee text recognizes that vehicle owners, independent repair shops, and small businesses need fair access to information in the modern vehicle marketplace. And this provision goes hand in hand with upholding basic ownership principles, underscoring that car data should not become the exclusive property of the manufacturer simply because the vehicle's connected. And I'd also like to thank Congressman Joyce and the Privacy Working Group for providing meaningful privacy protections for drivers under the Secure Data Act. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your willingness to work on this issue with me, and I hope we can continue to work together to strengthen vehicle data access. And now I just ask unanimous consent at this time to withdraw my amendment, and I yield
If you'll
back.
yield, I just want to say that you're right, there are so many issues with data, products people buy. We've had several people talk about data, who owns the data, and that's something we have to address.
Yeah.
And we have to get there, and not just this, but so many other things. So we appreciate your work on this, and we will work together in withdrawing it. So the gentlelady has withdrawn her amendment and yields back.
Yeah.
Are there further amendments? The gentlelady from Michigan, what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Ding MI _ 150, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by saying that I strongly support the underlying goal of this China language, which is to protect our American automotive industry, our national security, and our workers from Chinese intervention and influence. For years, I've sounded the alarm about the risks posed by China in the connected vehicle space, and that is why I introduced the bipartisan, bicameral Connected Vehicle Security Act. And as we were just talking, and I strongly support my colleague on her amendment before this, modern vehicles collect enormous amounts of sensitive data, rely on advanced software systems, and are increasingly connected to the internet and our critical infrastructure. I remember sitting in this committee and telling people hey, we need to worry about this and worry about that, and they all thought I was crazy and staying up all night thinking of scenarios. Here's the reality. These aren't just cars anymore. They are sophisticated, connected technologies that raise serious national security, economic security, and privacy concerns. They are TikTok on wheels. And we know what we did in this committee on TikTok. I appreciate the committee including strong language in this package to address the threats, but I remain concerned that there are some provisions in this bill that could allow, or they're little, I don't know what to call them, because I know everybody cares, would allow certain existing arrangements to continue moving forward. If we believe vehicles tied to foreign adversaries pose a legitimate threat, and I absolutely do, then we should be very careful about creating exceptions or loopholes that could undermine that goal. The future of the automotive industry, including autonomous vehicles and advanced connected technologies, must be built here in America by American workers up and down the supply chain. That includes the vehicles themselves. Those vehicles should be manufactured by American workers. China, I think union workers too. China doesn't compete fairly. They rely on massive government subsidies, unfair trade practices, and slave labor to dominate critical industries and supply chains. We cannot allow that model to take hold in the American auto sector. What they're going to do is destroy our industry. People won't be able to compete, and then all of a sudden prices are going to be sky high and you've destroyed an industry. We should be focused on strengthening domestic manufacturing, securing trusted supply chains, supporting innovation here at home, and ensuring America leads the future of mobility. I believe my amendment would strengthen this bill. However, Mr. Chairman, with that, I recognize the bipartisan work that's gone into this package, and I will withdraw my amendment now and continue to work with everyone here to address these issues.
Thank you. We can look forward to working to continue to work on that. So the gentlelady withdraws her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For what purpose the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Palm AL_045, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment addresses the foreign adversary manufacturer prohibition. This amendment strengthens and completes the underlying prohibition on foreign adversary-controlled EV supply chains by ensuring that both EV batteries and rare earth permanent magnets used in EV traction motors are covered. China currently dominates both segments of the EV supply chain, including battery materials, processing, and approximately 90% of global rare earth magnet production. In April of 2025, China demonstrated its leverage over the market by imposing export licensing restrictions on heavy rare earths and finished magnets used in EV traction motors. This move by China literally caused car lines in Europe, United States, and Canada to shut down for a short period of time. That's how sensitive our supply chain is. Without addressing both batteries and traction motor magnets together, the United States risks leaving critical vulnerabilities in the EV supply chain that can be exploited by foreign adversaries. This amendment is intentionally narrow and targeted. The magnet provision applies only to rare earth permanent magnets incorporated into the traction motor of an electric vehicle. The language does not apply to magnets used in internal combustion engine vehicles, consumer electronics, appliances, or unrelated commercial applications where supply chain conditions are different. The technical definition is drawn from the Magnets Act to ensure consistency with existing legislative language and provide clear, enforceable standards for compliance. Rare earth permanent magnets are foundational not only to electric vehicles, but also to advanced defense systems, aerospace platforms, robotics, and other strategic technologies critical to U.S. national security. This amendment supports the development of secure domestic supply chains for both EV batteries and rare earth magnets and aligns with broader bipartisan efforts to reduce dependence on foreign adversarial controlled critical mineral and advanced manufacturing ecosystems. This amendment aligns federal trade and import policy with the commercial direction already underway across the automotive section to localize and secure critical supply chains inside the United States and allied nations. Mr. Chairman, I think this is clearly a national security issue and something that this committee needs to continue to work on. And is the gentlelady asking for? I will yield to the gentlelady from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. I want to support you 100%. We know the goal of this China language, but your leadership on this issue, it's a bipartisan issue. We've got to confront the challenges posed by China's dominance in critical supply chains. We cannot allow our auto industry to become dependent on China for batteries, critical minerals, or rare earth materials. China has spent decades strategically building these supply chains, and they want to, I'll behave, but we got to be responding with urgency. We need to build the domestic capacity here at home, and that means mining, processing, refining, battery production, and advanced manufacturing in the United States and with our trusted allies, and not relying on foreign adversaries. So I thank you for introducing this, and I support you 500%.
I thank the gentlelady. I do think this is a bipartisan effort that we need to engage in, and it needs to be done with a sense of urgency in order to meet this challenge. Mr. Chairman,
Before you will you yield to me before you recall the?
I yield to the chairman.
Thank you. I just want to say I absolutely agree with everything you said. So we have a couple of things we're looking at. We know that China is overcapacitized for automobiles in general. and we see what's happening in Europe, we see what's happening in Canada, and it's not that they're building a better vehicle that's competing with American vehicles that consumers have a choice. That's not what they're doing. They have overcapacitized and they're dumping them in China. So it goes against our vital industry and so forth. So that is what we've been working on for the last couple of months. You have also been the leader in Congress on rare earth minerals, critical minerals, processing critical minerals, and have arranged several classified briefings for members of the committee who've had the opportunity to come and listen to that. And so that is an effort outside. I mean, I wish we had it ready today. I'm not saying it's outside of this, but we are going to continue to work with the White House with what you're doing. And the the rare earth minerals and criticals are components of the battery as well. So we think that fits in. So my commitment, as we deal with critical earth minerals, as we said we are going to, and we are going to, that we have to bring the batteries into that discussion as well.
I thank the chairman. I do want to say that I'm very encouraged by the commitment that I've seen from my colleagues across the aisle, because it's not only an economic security issue, it's a national security issue, and something that we need to work together on. With that, Mr. Chairman, I do request unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
Gentleman withdraws it without objection. The gentleman withdraws the amendment. Any other discussions on the amendment? We have one more, I believe. So I have an amendment at the desk, and I will call up Amendment Guthrie _009 and ask the clerk to report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7389, offered by
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to support my amendment. So I want to thank you. Now, this is a bipartisan amendment offered jointly with myself and Ranking Member Pallone. This amendment reflects negotiations related to a bill, the Repair Act, that we spent a great deal of time over the past several weeks trying to reach a bipartisan consensus agreement ahead of today's markup. We worked in good faith with stakeholders, dealers, auto manufacturers, the aftermarket consumer advocates, and our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. While we were not able to finalize a consensus package before today's markup, I believe we made meaningful progress. And I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone and your staff for your partnership and throughout this process, and I remain committed to continuing to fight consensus ahead of a floor vote. I know that there was enormous staff work, and I mentioned Matt before, you were not in the room, so Matt Furlow from our committee has, hundreds of meetings in trying to help us all bring a consensus for the Repair Act, and so we're going to continue to work on it, and I will recognize Ranking Member Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, and I'm grateful to you and your staff for the work that's gone into these negotiations and the good faith effort to find a solution to this important consumer issue. And while I'm disappointed that we're not able to include a stronger version of the Repair Act at markup today, I appreciate the chairman's commitment to continue to work to find consensus on this issue, and I'm similarly committed to doing so. I also wanted to mention to our Massachusetts colleagues, I want them to understand that there is no preemption of Massachusetts law on right to repair in this bill. And we will work with our Massachusetts colleagues to try and make that more clear as the bill moves forward. So I just wanted to mention that, and I would yield back to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. I also want to acknowledge that your bill, Safety is Not for Sale Act, which included in this amendment, which raises important considerations regarding consumer affordability and choice. I believe there is room to continue to examine this policy as well. And I will yield back to my friend, Ranking Member Pallone.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I appreciate your comments. Affordability and safety are two of the most critical issues facing consumers today. And my Safety is Not for Sale Act would improve consumer access to optional safety features without paying a higher price for other extras they may not want in a vehicle. So I thank you for your commitment to continue working together on this legislation. And again, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to thank you, and we remain committed to finding a path forward, a balanced path forward that expands repair options, ensures safety, promotes competition, and ultimately delivers more affordable choices for the American people. in order to allow additional time for continued bipartisan negotiations and stakeholder engagement ahead of a floor vote. Before I withdraw my amendment, I will yield to Ms. Trahan from Massachusetts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for hearing our concerns about the impact on Massachusetts. And look, I don't want to hold up a good bipartisan process. My Attorney General's office has expressed concerns about the language and the preemptive effect that I know is not the intention of the chair and the ranking member, but I also just need to be receptive to them. I mean, after all, my AG's office was embroiled in litigation for years with auto manufacturers literally arguing our law was preempted by federal regulations, and so I'm mindful of that. And I appreciate the commitment from the chair and the ranking member to work with myself and my state AG's office to resolve those concerns ahead of the vote on the House floor. So I will vote to pass this bill today with the understanding that we will ensure that Massachusetts residents, my constituents, continue to receive the rights their state legislature has granted them. And I yield back. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding back. I guess it's my time, so I'll finish. We will continue to figure out the way that we can do this in the proper way. So without further discussion, I will withdraw. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment. The amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Oh, I have to adopt the A's, okay. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be a voice vote. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 7389 as amended. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Aye. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Oh, sorry. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
No.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
I vote aye. Anyone, how's the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Bilirakis
Recorded.
not recorded. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye.
How is the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, recorded?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Anyone else seeking recognition on the Republican or the Democrat side? We'll give her a couple more. Is she over? Is there somebody in her office that is coming? We may have one more. Who's good? How is the gentlelady from Florida, the great mother from Florida, recorded?
Ms. Kamick votes aye.
It's a lovely young daughter there. Great. So is anyone else seeking recognition? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Is that her husband?
Yeah, there has been. He's a firefighter in Florida.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 48 ayes and 1 no.
With 48 ayes and 1 no, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 4348 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4348, a bill to reauthorize the K. Hagen Tick.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? What does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Wishing to speak to the bill, Mr. Chairman.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. You do not have to strike the last word. You're recognized to speak on the bill.
That's exactly right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak today in favor of H.R. 4348 and ask my colleagues to do the same. Not to speak on it necessarily, but to certainly vote for it. This bill reauthorizes the K. Hagen Tick Act. This landmark legislation is led by Representative Chris Smith and by Representative Doggett and will continue efforts to improve research, prevention, diagnostics, and treatment of tick-borne diseases. It's named in honor of former Senator Kay Hagen, who passed away from complications of the tick-borne virus called Powassan. Virginia is one of the top states for Lyme disease, as I know many of us represent areas that are, with my home area of Southwest Virginia having some of the highest rates of Lyme and other tick-borne illnesses. Another tick-borne illness, alpha-gal syndrome, also is one that is a malady that needs to be looked into and that we need more awareness and research into, which is also a tick-borne illness. Mr. Chairman, as you know, there are many different tick-borne illnesses, and although we've made some progress, there's more work to be done to better understand these diseases that continue to have devastating impacts on our communities. I urge my colleagues to support the bill so that we can continue to build on the foundation created when the K. Hagen Tick Act was first authorized in 2019. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentleman from New York is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of the TIC Act legislation. I am leading along with my colleagues, Representatives Chris Smith, Lloyd Doggett, and Tom Keene. The TIC Act would reauthorize key programs at the CDC that fund both research and support for local public health agencies to address tick-borne diseases such as Lyme disease. Tick-borne diseases are large and growing as a problem in New York, with more than 18,000 cases of Lyme disease reported in New York State in 2024. Lyme can cause serious health consequences, and for some, long-term complications persist well after treatment. With a warming climate, tick populations and ranges are on the rise, leading to fears that tick-borne diseases will continue to increase in frequency in the years to come. Already warning signs are blaring that 2026 could be the worst year for tick exposures since 2017, based on CDC tracking data. In this backdrop, research investments in public health resources are more vital than ever, and that's what the Tick Act it will deliver. I'm proud to have worked on this common sense bipartisan bill, and we urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Are there any amendments on the bill? Seeing none, there no further discussion. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 4348. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fluger. Sorry, pardon me. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman.
We're going to have plenty of...
Mr. Landman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Ms. Houchin?
Ms. Houchin votes aye.
Ms. Castor?
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Fedorchak?
Ms. Fedorchak votes aye.
Mr. Weber?
Mr. Weber votes aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. James votes aye.
Is there any more on your side? Anybody else you have? Anybody else on our side? Seemed like there were several missing before. The clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 48 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. All right. The chair calls up H.R. 4541 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4541, a bill to reauthorize the Young Women's Breast Health Education and Awareness.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for, well, what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report.
It's amendment number 4541 FCR Ains 02.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4541, offered by Mr. Pallone.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Ains before us simply combines the bipartisan Early Act Reauthorization of 2025, H.R. 4541, and the Screens for Cancer Act of 2025, H.R. 2381, into a unified reauthorization bill. And these two programs are not parallel efforts, but are two critical programs in the same continuum of care. These bipartisan programs ensure that every woman in America, regardless of her age, income, or insurance status, has a fair chance to detect cancer early when it's most treatable and most survivable. Many of us know that in 2025 alone, an estimated 321,000 women in the U.S. will be diagnosed with invasive breast cancer, and nearly 43,000, unfortunately, will die from the disease. Roughly 16% of those new diagnoses will occur in women under the age of 50, and another 14,000 women will be diagnosed with cervical cancer. And behind every one of those numbers is a daughter, a mother, a sister, a wife, a friend, and we owe it to them to continue the commitments we have made with these two programs. So I'd like to thank our colleagues, Representative Wasserman Schultz, for her tireless leadership and advocacy on behalf of the Early Act, as well as Representative Morelli for ensuring that screening and diagnosis programs for low-income women continue through the Screens Act. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting H.R. 4541 as amended and bring it to the floor without further delay. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion of the amendment? Gentlelady from Iowa, recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for including my good friend and colleague, Representative Wasserman Schultz, and my bill, H.R. 4541, the Early Act Reauthorization of 2025, in today's markup. This critical bipartisan piece of legislation will continue an important public health initiative focused on educating and empowering young women about breast health and breast cancer awareness. As a physician and a former director of public health for the state of Iowa, I know firsthand that early awareness and early detection save lives. And as a woman whose sister died of breast cancer, I also know the importance for all women. While breast cancer is often associated with older women, thousands of younger women are diagnosed every year, frequently with more aggressive forms of the disease. Too often, younger women dismiss symptoms or delay seeking care because they don't believe they're at risk. The Early Act is a targeted, evidence-based initiative that addresses a clear gap in our health system: awareness and early detection of breast cancer in young women, particularly those under age 45 who are not routinely captured by traditional screening guidelines. This program gives women the tools and information they need to recognize warning signs, understand family history, and engage proactively with their healthcare providers. This vital work is made even more impactful by the incorporation of the Screens for Cancer Act, which reauthorizes a grant program that states can utilize to help ensure women have access to breast and cervical cancer screening, diagnostic, and treatment services. Importantly, this is a bipartisan effort that reflects what we can accomplish when we focus on prevention, education, and better health outcomes for patients and families. And for me, this is a continuation of the work I did for female veterans in leading and getting signed into law the MAMO Act and the Service Act, both of which were addressing young women early screening and also education and updating VA facilities for 3D mammography. For women in Iowa and across the country, access to accurate information can make the difference between catching cancer early or facing a much more difficult diagnosis later. In short, reauthorizing this program is a common sense step that strengthens public health and supports every woman at every stage of life. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4541 as amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word
Gentlelady is recognized.
in support of the aims. I'm pleased to see the committee work together in a bipartisan fashion to move two critical reauthorizations today, the Early Act and the Screens for Cancer Act. I'm proud to lead the bipartisan Early Act, an initiative which educates young, high-risk women about their breast health and cancer diagnosis. Women under 45 are increasingly being diagnosed with breast cancer. These cancers are often found before women have begun their routine mammograms, and it's particularly problematic because oftentimes you get a later stage diagnosis where the cancers are more aggressive and harder to treat. And of course, this has serious consequences for young women of childbearing years. For 16 years, though, the Early Act has been a blessing to young women. It's funded initiatives and services at the CDC that address the unique needs of younger women who are diagnosed with or have a higher risk of breast cancer and have different medical, financial, and psychological needs than older patients. This includes the Bring Your Brave awareness campaign, training and education for healthcare providers, and the Young Breast Cancer Survivors Program, which provides funding for supportive services to increase patients' rates of survival and improve their quality of life. The Early Act helps ensure that newly diagnosed and high-risk women are not alone out there. It helps give them the know-how and resources they need to take that diagnosis head-on. So I'm also glad to see that the CDC's National Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program reauthorization is advancing today. This is an incredibly impactful initiative expanding access to timely breast and cervical cancer screenings, diagnostic tests and treatment to under and uninsured women nationwide. It helps our neighbors catch cancer earlier, stay healthier, and live longer. This bipartisan legislation helps ensure families aren't forced to choose between their health and their wallets. It strengthens early detection and prevention across communities that are often overlooked. I do believe Congress has more to do here to support women with breast and cervical cancer, including my bipartisan Metastatic Breast Cancer Access to Care Act and my bipartisan Prevent HPV Cancers Act. But the progress we're making today will be life-saving, and I want to thank the committee and the chair and the ranking member, Congresswoman Wasserman-Schultz, Congressman Miller-Meeks, and all of us to move this very important bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
If you yield, I just want to say, I know that we all know Congresswoman Wasserman-Schultz, and I'm sure we have many colleagues that have unfortunately been through this, but when people stand up and they're courageous and they say what's happening to them and take what's happened to them and make it a difference we saw earlier with Ms. Witten here with a child that has Down syndrome when people do that, it really matters. And so thanks I know she's a dear friend of yours and friend of all of us, and I appreciate her doing this bill. I'll yield back to you, and you yield back. Is there further discussion? If there's no further discussion, we have to adopt the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs, are there no further amendments? The question now occurs on adopting 4541 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Billrakis. Mr. Billrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Ms. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Latta?
Mr. Latta is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr.
Mr.
Latta
Palmer?
votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded.
Mr. Carter, are you
Mr.
waiting?
Carter
buddy?
votes aye.
Anybody else on the Republican side? Democrat side? Dr. Joyce?
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Anybody coming on your side? You're good? You're good. Anybody? All right, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 48 ayes and 0 nays.
Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3747, asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3747, a bill to reauthorize the technology-enabled collaborative learning program and for other
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for any amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the bill.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Guthrie, for holding this markup today. Alzheimer's disease continues to impact millions of families across the country, including more than 236,000 people in Ohio alone. As our population ages and new treatments become available, early detection and timely care are more important than ever. But too often, patients experience delays in diagnosis because the providers they rely on most are not adequately supported in identifying, managing dementia-related conditions. In many communities, particularly in rural areas, primary care physicians are carrying the responsibility of dementia care without consistent access to specialist or advanced training resources. The ADAPT Act takes an important step toward addressing that challenge by reauthorizing and strengthening the Project ECO program. This program uses virtual specialist-led training networks to help frontline providers build expertise and improve care coordination for patients living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. This legislation is about making sure providers have access to practical tools and clinical support so patients and families can receive answers, treatment options, and care planning early in the process. Improving dementia care should not depend on a patient's zip code.
Whether someone lives in a major city or a rural community like many across Ohio, families deserve access to providers who are prepared to recognize the signs of this decline and connect patients to appropriate care. I'm proud to support this bipartisan legislation, and I appreciate the work of my colleagues to advance policies that strengthen the healthcare workforce and improve care for Americans living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back to further discussion. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized to speak on the bill.
I want to thank everybody who's worked on this bill. I support this bill, but I am disappointed that, as amended, it removes the targeted funding for Alzheimer's disease and related dementias that was included in the original bill. The specific allocation is critical for many reasons. Over 7 million Americans currently live with Alzheimer's disease, and by 2050, the number of people is projected to increase to nearly 13 million Americans. In 2026, Alzheimer's and other dementias will cost the nation $409 billion, and by 2050, these costs could rise to nearly $1 trillion. Nearly 13 million Americans provide unpaid care for people with Alzheimer's, valued at more than $446 billion. These are costs to our healthcare system, to the economy, and most importantly, it costs lives. As a caregiver for my own mother who has Alzheimer's, I understand what's at stake, especially what a timely and accurate diagnosis can mean for families. Now, too often, individuals are diagnosed late or not at all. Primary care providers are usually the first place where families turn to, yet many of these providers report they don't feel fully prepared to diagnose or manage dementia. 69% receive little to no dementia training in medical school. 39% are not confident enough to make a diagnosis. Now, I've told my story, and I'm going to tell it again. When my mother started to show early signs, we took her to her primary care physician, and we were referred out to somebody who asked her questions like, do you know how you got dressed this morning? Do you know what you had for breakfast this morning? They were very basic questions that really didn't tell us anything, and we walked out the door with advice saying, have more of a Mediterranean diet. And that's the advice we got. And this is why I joined Representative Balderson to co-lead the ADAPT Act, which would continue access to more specialized education for our primary care providers. Investment in research has led to innovative diagnostic tools and treatments, but this means very little to patients and their families if our primary care workforce is not prepared to use them. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, but I hope we can continue to work on dedicated funding. Americans who face this devastating disease should not have to go longer without answers or support because the healthcare system was not prepared to meet them where they are. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back, and the chair recognizes anyone on the Republican side. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for
Thank you,
5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. In Florida and across the nation, we're seeing Americans living longer. We've seen advances in statins to help with heart disease, advances in cancer treatments to help many of those become curable, even obesity drugs that are being developed right now. And so as people are living longer, we're seeing the next big challenge, which is a huge increase in those living longer and facing dementia or Alzheimer's. And so it's becoming increasingly prevalent both in Florida and across the nation. And we need to do what we can to help both seniors and those who are affected by this earlier on in their lives. We need to invest in research. We've seen some new FDA treatments that slow progression, like Leqembi and Kisunla, and also manage symptoms, others manage symptoms like memory loss. We need to help the caretakers, like family members. We saw it in my own family and so many other families across the nation, how much caretakers struggle. And we need to make sure our primary care physicians and other medical providers know the early signs, best practices, and the emerging medications that are helping to manage this increasingly big issue for our nation. So I'm proud to support the ADAPT Act, and I want to echo my colleague, Representative Barragan's desire to make sure we have dedicated funding to ensure that every primary care doctor has the information they need to help out families as they face this very increasingly challenging and prevalent condition of dementia and Alzheimer's. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further? Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I rise in strong support of the ADAPT Act legislation I am proud to be co-leading along with good friends and colleagues, Representatives Troy Balderson, Annette Barragon, and Darren LaHood. I'd like to particularly commend Troy and Annette for their strong leadership on this bill. Alzheimer's is a devastating disease that impacts nearly 427,000 individuals in New York State. I'd imagine that everyone in this room has been impacted by Alzheimer's at some point, in some manner. It is first and foremost a human crisis, but it is also a federal budget crisis. That's why I've been proud to be a champion of Alzheimer's-related issues during my time in Congress and why I feel so strongly about advancing the ADAPT Act today. The ADAPT Act represents an investment in our provider workforce as we enter into a new era of dementia care, with emerging tools like blood-based biomarker tests making earlier, more accessible diagnosis possible and increasingly shifting diagnosis into primary care. We need to make certain that we have a provider workforce that is trained and ready to respond to these advances in diagnosis and treatment technology. The ADAPT Act is designed to close that gap by ensuring providers are prepared to responsibly adopt and apply these innovations in everyday practice. One proven way to address this issue is with the Project ECHO training model. In my district, health systems like St. Peter's Health Partners in Albany County are already using the ECHO model and working to improve dementia care. The ADAPT Act expands access to these virtual training opportunities, strengthening dementia education for primary care providers and supporting earlier and more accurate diagnosis. I'd also like to use this moment to highlight a companion piece of legislation that I've authored, the ASAP Act, which would help ensure Medicare coverage keeps pace with FDA-approved blood-based biomarker tests. Together, ADAPT and ASAP reflect a continuum approach, equipping providers to use new tools and use them effectively while ensuring patients can access them in the first place. And while we are not marking up ASAP today, I'd encourage the chair and ranking member to consider this bipartisan bill with over 90 co-sponsors for our next health legislative hearing so that we keep making forward progress in delivering earlier diagnosis and better treatments for families facing dementias. In closing, I'm proud to have worked on the ADAPT Act, and I would urge all of our colleagues to support this common sense legislation. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the Republican side. The gentleman from Massachusetts, the gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak. I was looking to the wrong side. Gentlelady, Ms. Fedorchak is recognized for 5 minutes.
Confusing when I am sitting on the other side, but it's fun over here. I'm making some good friends.
He is a good friend.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to speak up in support of this bill and applaud the co-sponsors, both Ms. Balderson and Berrigan. Both my parents suffered from Alzheimer's and ultimately died from it, so I know very well the journey that families go on in this tough disease. There's so many questions that families have to deal with. When do we pull the driver's license? When do they need to leave their house? How can we care for them at home? And then when you deal with the healthcare system, the staff is, God bless them, but they're just not equipped with the training. I remember spending overnights with my dad in the hospital because we knew that the staff just didn't know how to deal with his various challenges of the disease. So we absolutely have to do more on the research and development and the training side. One conversation I particularly remember was my son was about 12 years old, and he asked my dad, "Grandpa, what's it like to not be able to remember anything?" And he said, and my dad, who was a proud man, broke down in tears and said, "Nate, it's just terrible. Isn't there anything more we can do?" And I still remember the look in his eyes, like there has to be more we can do. And there really wasn't, and there still isn't. And so that's why bills like this that draw attention to this problem and direct resources to it are so important. And I'm honored to work in a bipartisan way to support this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Like the gentlewoman from North Dakota, this is both personal and professional to me, and I strongly support this legislation. And I also encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help rally Congress towards a big, bold initiative to cure this disease by 2040. By the year 2050, there's going to be about 15 million Americans suffering from Alzheimer's disease, each requiring 3 caregivers. That's 60 million Americans sidelined medically, financially, emotionally by this devastating disease that affects all of us. And there are things that we can do to rally cures. We can, for example, increase funding for the National Institutes of Health. We know less about how the brain works than any other entity in the universe. And more basic research can help unlock those mysteries of neurology. Right now, we're spending about 2% of our GDP on gross domestic product. We should double that and rally Americans towards a new scientific enterprise focused on the brain. After World War II, we were spending 5 or 6% of GDP, so it's not unprecedented. And public opinion research suggests that Americans would support up to 7% of GDP being spent on basic research. So there's broad-based popular support for more research and discovery funding. I think we should also expand throughput of clinical trials in this country, because Alzheimer's disease is a very expensive disease to put through clinical trials, because the endpoints and the proxies are challenging to discern, and because the disease can progress slowly and unevenly. And so getting more shots on goal through better, faster, cheaper clinical trials makes a cure come even quicker. And then finally, we gotta be thinking about reimbursement policies as well for Alzheimer's disease. A lot of the cures and disease-modifying drugs coming to market are things that you got to start taking in maybe your 40s or 50s. Well, similar to how Medicare reimburses for kidney dialysis before the age of 65, I think we should be considering about Medicare reimbursing for both diagnostics and therapeutics for Alzheimer's disease before the age of 65, because ultimately preventing this disease from taking hold is the most effective way to treat this disease for the Medicare population. So these are ideas right now, but I'm putting them in front of the committee chairman because I would love to see us rally in a bipartisan way around making my children's generation the last generation that has to bear the burden of this disease. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting. Do we adopt the? There's no Ains. Okay. The question now occurs on adopting 3747. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Billrakis. Mr. Billrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon? Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana? Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie?
Aye.
Mr.
Now,
Guthrie
is
votes
anybody
aye.
seeking to be recorded on the Republican side? Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Democrat side? Do you have anybody else? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that one, there are 48 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 8209 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 8209, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the school-based health centers grant program.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for a minute. At any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For our purpose, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the bill.
You're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my colleague from New York, Congressman Tonko, for his leadership on this legislation and for working with me to reauthorize the School-Based Health Centers Grant Program. School-based health centers help students access broad range of age-appropriate healthcare services in a convenient, familiar, and trusted setting. These centers primarily serve underserved communities and play an important role in delivering primary care to children and adolescents, including preventative services, dental screenings, and mental health supports. Today, more than 2,500 school-based health centers serve over 6.3 million K-12 students nationwide, with many located in rural and underserved communities, where provider shortages and transportation barriers can make accessing care more difficult for families. In communities across Ohio, families continue to face challenges finding timely access to pediatric care and behavioral health services. School-based health centers help bridge those gaps by expanding access to care in practical, community-centered ways. We also cannot ignore the growing need for youth mental health services. Schools continue to see increased demand for counseling, behavioral health support, and early intervention services. School-based health centers can help connect students to care earlier in a more coordinated way while still working alongside parents, local providers, and school personnel. Importantly, these centers operate within clear guardrails under federal law, including parental consent requirements, patient privacy protections, coordination with community providers, and compliance with state and local laws. Ultimately, this bill is about helping ensure students are healthy, supported, and better positioned to succeed both inside and outside the classroom. Strengthening access to care for children and families benefits communities across the country, and I appreciate the bipartisan work behind this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the bill? The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of the School-Based Health Centers Reauthorization Act, legislation that I was proud to author along with my colleague, Representative Troy Balderson. Appreciate his support and efforts on behalf of this legislation. School-based health centers help to deliver comprehensive primary health care services to millions of children across our country. By locating directly in or near schools, SBHCs are able to provide high-quality care in a convenient setting. Today, there are more than 2,500 school-based health centers nationwide, serving more than 6.3 million K-12 students. In my district, I am especially proud of the work of health centers, including that of Whitney Young Health and Hometown Health, which operate multiple school-based health centers in the capital region of New York, including the communities of Albany, Watervliet, and Schenectady. The services provided by school-based health centers can be a lifeline for children who may not have convenient ways to access care in other settings, especially for services like behavioral health, where there can still be stigma associated with seeking care. Through the School-Based Health Center program, funding can be used to establish new school-based sites or to upgrade current facilities to serve additional children. I've been proud to be a longtime supporter of this program. I'm grateful for the bipartisan support in reauthorizing this program today. However, as we think about the role of school-based health centers moving forward, I would encourage this committee to think bigger and bolder, because every child, every family, and every community can benefit from SBHCs. We can do this not only by expanding this grant funding stream to bring hundreds of new and expanded sites on board, but also by securing and strengthening programs like Medicaid and CHIP that help make the SBHC model sustainable. Our children deserve nothing less. In closing, I'd like to thank the chair and ranking member for their work on moving this bill forward, and I'd urge all of our colleagues to support the legislation. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. Thank you. And I want to thank both of my colleagues for leading this critical piece of legislation. School-based health centers are a critical tool that brings health care directly to students in their schools. They offer high-quality care for every student that helps them learn better and cuts through barriers to care. In my home state of Michigan, many of these SBHCs are facing a real issue accessing federal funding. Currently, the Health Resources and Service Administration has only awarded funding to SBHCs that are sponsored by federally qualified health centers. The federally qualified health centers do a tremendous job and play an important role, but there are many other entities that run SBHCs throughout the nation, including, but not limited to, local health departments, nonprofits, hospital systems, and in some cases, school districts that are left behind. Across the United States, 37% of SBHCs are not run by the federally qualified health centers, and therefore they can't access a necessary stream of funding despite meeting the same criteria and providing the same high-quality services. Well, under the statute, funding is technically available to any government or nonprofit health center. It's not working that way in practice. Therefore, I'd like to express my commitment to following up with the Health Resources and Service Administration to clarify the intent of the statute and address this issue so that school-based centers across the country can access this critical funding, and would ask the chairman if the committee would commit to do that as well and help us.
Yeah, thank you to yielding. Yes, I appreciate it. Our staffs, I know, have been discussing your concern this morning, and I'm absolutely happy to commit for us to connecting with HRSA, and we'll get clarification on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, is there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion on the bill, the question now occurs on adopting 8209. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Aye. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane, Mr. Rulli, Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone seeking to seek the roll? Anyone on the Republican side, anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 5160 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 5160, a bill to reauthorize the STEL.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? You want to offer the Ains? Mm-hmm. So on the bill, seeing none, the gentlelady from, what purpose is the gentlelady from, I almost said Massachusetts, California, have, I know, a long day.
You got
have California, I know you're from Sacramento. What purpose the lady from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment on the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment H5160-FCR-AINS_01. Amendment in the nature
Without
of a
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am thrilled that my Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Reauthorization Act was included in today's markup. I'd like to thank the chair and ranking member for working with my office on this important legislation. This bill reauthorizes 2 vital programs for patients facing life-threatening diseases like cancer, sickle cell anemia, or other blood or marrow disorders. The C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program, or National Bone Marrow Registry, matches unrelated donors with patients in need. And the National Cord Blood Inventory, which banks umbilical cord blood units from donors to help additional patients. This issue is personal to me. My life was profoundly impacted by bone marrow failure disease. I know all too well what it means to be told there are no options for your loved one's care. It is my goal to make sure no patient, spouse, or child ever has to hear those words again. And remarkably, we're closer than ever to making that a reality. When we last reauthorized this program in 2021, NMDP, which manages the contract for the National Bone Marrow Registry, was about to hit a significant milestone, 100,000 transplants after 33 years of work. Now, only 5 years later, NMDP is about to reach 150,000 life-saving transplants. That's exponential growth, and it's not an accident. It's the result of years of congressional partnership and targeted investment that has unlocked innovations and efficiencies that accelerate our ability to bring life-saving transplants to families. I'd like to share just one of those family stories. Scott is a Sacramento area dad whose daughter, Taryn, was diagnosed with a rare blood disorder when she was only 8 years old. She needed a bone marrow transplant, but as is the case of a majority of patients, no one in her family was a match. Thankfully, Taryn had a match on the bone marrow registry and received a life-saving transplant. Taryn is now 20 years old, and her dad, Scott, has become a force to help families like his. He's hosted hundreds of donor drives, helping add thousands of potential life-saving donors to the registry, and he personally delivers donated marrow to patients across the country as a medically trained volunteer courier. This program saves lives. That's why the reauthorization in front of us today is so important. We're unlocking hope for more families like Scott's who are desperate for care for their loved ones. The reauthorization for the National Cord Blood Inventory is just as critical. Public cord blood banks participating in this program have banked over 100,000 high-quality cord blood units. These stem cells derived from donated umbilical cord blood are particularly helpful in providing transplants for pediatric patients and adults with high-risk leukemia. Thanks to the pioneering work of patients involved in the National Cord Blood Inventory Program, cord blood stem cells are also being used and researched to unlock treatments for rare diseases, Alzheimer's, stroke, and more. The AINS makes important updates to ensure public cord blood banks can manage the inventory of bank cord blood units. I'm hopeful that we can reach a future in which every patient diagnosed with a bone marrow or blood disease has an option for a life-saving transplant. With continued congressional investment in these programs, I believe that future is within reach. I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying bill, and I look forward to moving this bill to the House floor. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there discussion of the amendment? The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Every year, thousands of Americans are diagnosed with devastating diseases such as leukemia, lymphoma, sickle cell disease, and other inherited immune system disorders. For many of these patients, a bone marrow or cord blood transplant can provide a critical treatment option and in some cases a path toward long-term recovery. Finding a compatible donor, however, is often incredibly difficult, particularly for those who do not have a matching donor within their own family. The C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program helps make these life-saving transplants possible by coordinating donor matching, transplant resources, and patient support through a single national system. The National Cord Blood Inventory complements that work by supporting the availability of high-quality cord blood units for transplantation and research, including for children with rare genetic and immune disorders, who otherwise may have very limited treatment options. The amendment continues federal support for these programs through 2031 while making targeted updates to help ensure the inventory is managed using the best available scientific and clinical information. These improvements were developed in coordination with HRSA and stakeholder groups and will help strengthen the long-term effectiveness of the program. I also want to recognize the longstanding work of Dr. Joanne Kurtzberg, whose leadership in cord blood research and transplantation helped shape the development of the National Cord Blood Inventory alongside champions such as Congressman Chris Smith, the late Congressman Bill Young, Senator Orrin Hatch, and my father, Congressman Mike Bilirakis. I'm proud to join Representative Smith and my colleague here, Mrs. Matsui. We have Pingree, Tenney, and Nfume in introducing the bipartisan legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 5160 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Clerk will report the roll. Oh, others want to vote. Mr. Balderson is,
Mr. Balderson is not recorded. Mr. Balderson is aye.
anybody else? Mr. James, have you voted? Mr. James votes aye.
Mr. James is recorded as aye.
Anybody on the other side of the aisle has not voted? All right, now the clerk will report the roll.
Chairman, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 nays.
All right, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Now call up H.R. 2001 and ask the clerk to report.
H.R. 2001, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize a grant program for addressing dental workforce needs.
All right, without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. And are there people wishing to speak on the measure? Recognize Ms. Harshbarger for
Thank you,
her
Mr.
5 minutes, or for her time. Ms.
Yeah.
Harshbarger, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague, Congresswoman Kelly, as well as Congressman Simpson for their work on this important legislation. This bill authorizes grant programs that help states develop and implement innovative programs to address the needs of the dental workforce in dental health professional shortage areas.
Nearly every American will experience tooth decay in their lifetime, and in my home state of Tennessee alone, there are 162 dental health professional shortage areas. And this bill would reauthorize grants for innovative programs that states can use to increase the dental workforce in these areas and work towards increasing patient access to dental care, which is an important factor for a patient's overall health. This is a common sense policy and will help invigorate our dental workforce, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for comments on the bill.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady is recognized for an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. Would the clerk report it, please?
H 2001-FCD-AINS_01. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to
And
HR.
without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute will not be read further. Any objection? All right, Ms. Kelly, you're recognized to speak on your amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word, and thank you. My amendment makes a clarifying change to the title of the bill. This reauthorization has been known as the Action for Dental Health Act. Action for Dental Health plays a vital role in developing our future dental workforce by equipping states with the infrastructure and resources needed to expand access to care. This measure, H.R. 2001, which I introduced with my colleague Mike Simpson, reauthorizes these important programs to continue advancing workforce training and community-based oral health initiatives reaching those in need. The legislation also reinforces the public-private safety net and brings dental health education, prevention, and disease intervention directly into underserved communities. I want to share why this program needs to be reauthorized and funded. To date, Action for Dental Health has supported more than 30 states in efforts to reduce dental disease through oral health education, expansion of the oral health workforce, and decrease emergency department visits by establishing dental homes. The program has helped establish and expand more than 50 oral health facilities in shortage areas, increasing access to care for underserved communities. I want to thank the staff of the chair and ranking member for working with me on this bill, and I would also like to recognize and thank Rep. Simpson for being our champion of this effort. This is a long time coming since the bill was part of the infamous end-of-the-year deal of 2024. It was dismantled, and I won't go into that, but at last we're back on track. It is crucial we continue to train and support the next generation of oral health providers serving vulnerable populations. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment in the nature of substitute? I recognize the gentlelady of Washington, Dr. Schreier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad to see the committee consider H.R. 2001, a bill to reauthorize the HRSA Oral Health Workforce Grant Program. In my home state of Washington, this funding goes toward improving access to high-quality oral health care for rural communities by increasing the number of dental clinics providing care to Medicaid patients or Apple Health patients in rural dental health professional shortage areas. The data speaks to just how critical this program is for rural Americans. For instance, in Washington, the number of dentists per 100,000 people is nearly twice as high in non-rural counties compared to rural ones, and that amounts to a gap of about 40 dentists for 100,000 people. Dental care is a key part of general medical care, and dental health and the health of the rest of the body are closely tied together. It may surprise you, or may not, that tooth decay is the single most prevalent chronic disease in children. So adults and children all need dental care as part of their overall health care. They need access to providers close to home, and the Oral Health Workforce Grant Program has been a proven tool to help bridge these geographic divides and build a robust healthcare workforce. I want to thank Representatives Kelly and Simpson for their leadership on this bipartisan legislation. I urge my colleagues on this committee to support the bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment in nature of substitute? All right, seeing none. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All right. The amendment is agreed to.
Any further discussion on the underlying bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2001 as amended. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Aye. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. James is not recorded. Mr. James votes aye.
Anyone else seeking recognition to get a vote cast? Mr. Landsman.
Mr. Landsman votes aye.
Anyone else? All right, the clerk will report the roll.
Chairman, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 nays.
44 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is adopted. And now we go to H.R. 1493 and ask the clerk to report, please.
H.R. 1493, a bill to reauthorize and make improvements to federal programs relating to the prevention, detection, and treatment of traumatic brain injuries and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. And now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take a moment to speak on the bill, which matters a great deal to me and families across the country. I'm very pleased that we're considering the Traumatic Brain Injury Program Reauthorization Act, which I've introduced. But I'm honored to be able to take up this crucial legislation from my dear friend, the late Representative Bill Pascrell, who tirelessly championed this issue in Congress and created the bipartisan Congressional TBI caucus. And this bill will secure continued support for Americans affected by traumatic brain injuries. Nearly 3 million Americans sustain a TBI every year. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Brain injuries contributed to more than 69,000 deaths in 2021 and over 214,000 TBI-related hospitalizations. Millions of our fellow citizens live with lifelong disabilities as a result. And the causes are varied. A service member injured by a roadside blast, a child hurt on the playing field, a worker struck on the job, a survivor of domestic violence, or a senior who has fallen at home. The TBI does not discriminate, and its consequences of memory loss, seizures, depression, personality change, loss of livelihood can last a lifetime. Yet the federal authorities that fund TBI research, surveillance, prevention, and state-level services lapsed in 2024. And this gap in authorization has been unacceptable, and I'm pleased we're taking steps to ensure the program has the ability to continue to its fullest capacity. H.R. 1493 authorizes the CBC TBI program to continue research and national surveillance of incidence and prevalence. It reauthorizes the TBI state partnership grants that help states expand rehabilitation and community-based services. It also reauthorizes the State Protection and Advocacy Systems grant that ensures survivors and their families can navigate the systems meant to support them. And finally, the bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services to study whether TBI should be formally designated as a chronic condition, a step that could meaningfully expand the federal role in supporting long-term care. And this bill is also a tribute. It carries forward the work of our friend whose decades of advocacy made TBI a national priority. By naming the surveillance and registry program to former Representative Bill Pascrell's honor, we ensure that the millions of Americans whose lives he touched will continue to benefit from his commitment long after his passing. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting H.R. 1493, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody see recognition to speak on the bill? Gentleman from Virginia, recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also rise to speak in favor of H.R. 1493. This is a bill to reauthorize and make improvements to federal programs relating to prevention, detection, and treatment of traumatic brain injuries, also known as TBI. I thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for your work on this, your detailed explanation, which I think summed it up extremely well, and for for carrying on the work of the late Congressman Bill Pascrell. The bill will continue important resources for TBI prevention, help improve access to TBI rehabilitation, and support TBI patient advocacy systems. It also continues resources to help support states and other entities to ensure providers and patients are educated on TBIs and improve methods to treat and prevent such incidents. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I thank you, Mr. Pallone, for carrying on this great work, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Mr. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a privilege to co-lead this bill with Ranking Member Pallone to honor the legacy of the late, great Congressman Bill Pascrell, Jr. And I'm proud that this bill is passing through committee with bipartisan support today. For more than 2 decades, Bill Pascrell was a tireless and exceptional advocate for brain injury treatment and research. He understood that traumatic brain injuries are not only a medical issue, but a profound public health challenge that affects millions of Americans and their families. This bill builds on his record of leadership to fund vital research, treatment, and services that help vulnerable communities struggling with TBI. And it will continue our efforts towards recognizing TBIs as a chronic condition and invest in the next generation of researchers who find new, more effective treatments and give patients and families hope for the future. Bill devoted so much of his career to ensuring that individuals living with brain injuries were seen, supported, and never left behind. Advancing this legislation today is a fitting tribute to his legacy, and I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Those of us who got to serve with Mr. Pascrell got to serve with a very wonderful man. Very interesting, very wonderful guy. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 1493. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Belarakis? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone seeking recognition, how's Mr. Bill Ruckus recorded?
Mr. Bill Rackus is not recorded. Mr. Bill Rackus votes aye.
James.
Mr. James votes aye.
Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye.
Anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 43 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up HR 3491 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 3491, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a program.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized to speak on the bill for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by thanking my colleague, Representative Diana DeGette, who has been a real leader on issues affecting the Down syndrome community for a long time, and it's been an honor to work very closely with her on this important legislation, the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act of 2025. Also want to thank Michelle C. Whidden and the Global Down Syndrome Foundation for the tremendous work that she has done to raise awareness about these issues, to advocate for research, to provide support for caregivers. They do an amazing job and have really been incredibly beneficial to me as I work on these issues. This bill authorizes the Include project at NIH, which supports high-risk, high-reward research on Down syndrome, including ways to improve diagnosis, treatment, and quality of life. Research enabled by the Include project will lead to breakthroughs in treatment and care, benefiting not only individuals with Down syndrome, but every American by uncovering links between Down syndrome and conditions such as Alzheimer's disease and certain cancers. People with Down syndrome enrich our world in many unique ways. I first became aware of this because of the advocacy of our former chairwoman, Kathy Morris Rogers, who was a tireless advocate, and meeting her son, Cole, who I've known for his whole life. And Cole is my friend, and Cole's really opened my eyes to many things, and I credit him for giving me the passion and the inspiration to work on the DeAndre Dixon Include Act. This act will ensure that people with Down syndrome are valued, respected members of society, and ensures that NIH is supporting their health, enabling them to live their lives to their full potential with no barriers or bias or obstacles standing in their way. I'm honored to continue and grow research efforts for our beloved neighbors in the Down syndrome community, and I urge a yes vote on H.R. 3491, and I ask all of my colleagues to join Representative DeGette and me in sending a strong message to the Down syndrome community that we support you, we love you, we value you, and we are committed to funding the research that will ensure you have a long and healthy life. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you yield?
I would be happy to yield.
Oh, I know last evening we had a chance to spend some time with the group that advocates for people that have Down syndrome. And what shocked me last night of everything there was that there were, I can't remember the number, it was like $10 to $20 million, somewhere between there, I think, if I've got that correct, spent on Down syndrome research maybe 20 years ago or so. And so all of us are working together, and my good friend Anna DeGette was there, others were there last night, and it's over 400 million, I think, somewhere north of that number that's been with all of us all working together. And so many families are affected by it. It changes a family when they have it. As we heard the lady said, 40 years ago, my whole life changed when my baby sister was born. But what she also said was it made her life so much richer that her baby sister was born. And so it was interesting to be, it was nice to be there and see the performances of the people there. It was a great evening, but it shows the hard work, and when we come together and work together, we can do big things. And so thanks for your leadership on this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say Representative DeGette did a fantastic job presenting an award for Mr. Tonko, our colleague, who was recognized for his leadership as well. So this is truly a bipartisan effort, and I'm proud to work with all of you on this. With that, I'll yield back again.
So you yield back, and I know that the gentlelady from Colorado is seeking recognition, and I know that your constituent was here earlier, and her father, John Saban at C-SPAN, is watching for this moment. So
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just say, with Representative Hudson, I couldn't have a better partner on these issues. But as you see, the chairman cares about this, Mr. Tonko cares about this, everybody on this committee cares about it, because when we first started working on this some years ago, there was virtually no research at the NIH into Down syndrome. And part of it was because, and I talked a lot to the former chair, Kathy McMorris Rogers, about this. People just assumed that that people wouldn't go through with the pregnancies, or that the children wouldn't live long, and so they just sort of abandoned them. But when we started authorizing research into this, what we learned is that there are many co-occurring conditions within Down syndrome, and this cross-institute research that we're doing can help us not just learn about Down syndrome, but many other diseases, including heart disease, Alzheimer's, certain types of tumors, and more. And I'm so proud because much of this work is happening right in my home state of Colorado, where the Cernic Institute for Down Syndrome on the Anschutz Medical Campus leads more than 200 scientists in the largest Down syndrome research facility in the world, and they're having incredible breakthroughs every day. And so what we've done, and I'm so proud of this committee, and it did start with Representative McMorris Rogers, is it puts science and inclusion in front of politics, and it benefits everybody living with Down syndrome and their families. Since we started this effort, there's been a 10-year increase in life expectancy for those with Down syndrome. Think about that immediate effect. And we can have an even higher life expectancy if we actually are able to do the research. And so So I'm happy about this renaissance in Down syndrome research. I'm happy we're doing this bill. I would just say the $400 million was over 20 years. We need to compress that a lot. And I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and with Representative Hudson and Tonko and everybody else to actually authorize a much larger investment so that we can truly deal with this research that's so vital. And I will yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? I know the gentleman from New York, and you were recognized and honored last night and well-deserved. Gentleman, the honoree of last night in general, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move to strike the last word. Thank you. I just wanted to offer a quick word of support for my colleagues, Representative DeGette and Representative Hudson, for championing this great piece of legislation, the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act. I had the honor, along with my colleagues, of spending last evening with the Down syndrome community and can tell you firsthand how important this bill is in having the impact that this research agenda is having. Already, these investments have led to major breakthroughs in how Down syndrome interacts with other health conditions that have a high incidence in the community, such as immune system disorders, liver dysfunction, sleep apnea, cancer, Alzheimer's, and more. In fact, with the Project Act that we did for Alzheimer's, where we put together a national plan for responding to Alzheimer's, through the research, they're getting more and more focused into the Down community because of the earlier onset of Alzheimer's in that given bit of population. So a lot of hope and promise with all of this investment. Every one of these breakthroughs carries the hope for a brighter tomorrow for individuals living with Down syndrome. I'd also like to recognize that this progress doesn't happen without sustained advocacy. Earlier, when Michelle was here, I indicated that her role with the Global Down Syndrome Foundation as founder of the Michelle C. Witten effort that she is championed, offers such great advocacy and really are to be credited with so much of the progress that we're making in this whole realm. So again, thanks to our co-leads, Representatives DeGette and Hudson, for their leadership, and look forward to supporting this bill and empowering the Down community, which deserves every bit of our respect and attention. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Did you, gentleman, yield back? I'm sorry.
Yield back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were just discussing, I'm sorry, that someone had adopted someone with Down syndrome. What wonderful, wonderful people that are, we have a world of wonderful people, don't we? Will any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Do we have a name? We did. Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H3491. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Billrakis. Mr. Billrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon? Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran? Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana? Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie?
Aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Pfluger?
Mr. Pfluger votes aye.
Mr. James?
Mr. James votes aye.
Anyone on your, isn't Annette? Ms. Barragon?
Ms. Barragon is not recorded. Ms. Barragon votes aye.
Seeing no one else here for the roll call, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 46 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 6238 and asks the clerk to report. Oh. We're gone. All right. Thanks. I'm not sure where they are. They're here. All right. All right. The chair calls up 6328 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 6238, a bill to establish the Improve Initiative within the National Institutes of...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentlelady from, for our purpose, the gentlelady from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Are there anybody to speak on the bill first? If not, we can speak on the amendment. So the clerk will report.
Amendment H6238-FCR-AINS_01, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6238.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see the committee's taking up H.R. 6238, the NIH Improve Act, led by Representatives Underwood and Fitzpatrick. You know, unfortunately, the United States has one of the highest maternal mortality and morbidity rates among most developed countries. And the worst thing is, most of these deaths are preventable. This legislation codifies the NIH Improve initiative that supports research to reduce preventable causes of maternal deaths and improve health for women before, during, and after pregnancy. And this amendment's merely technical, and it matches the funding to the most recently appropriated amount. And I ask you to support this legislation and ensure that moms thrive through pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. So we'll start with the gentlelady from, one person, gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
So gentlelady is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, no pregnancy-related death is acceptable in one of the most technologically developed nations in the world. But shockingly, as my colleague Ms. Harshbarger mentioned, the United States actually has the highest rate of maternal mortality in developed nations in the entire world. And what's worse is our rates for people of color is even higher. And so thanks to state maternal mortality review committees, support for which Congress reauthorized in February, we now understand the problem. But only because of the research done through the NIH Improve initiative do we also begin to understand the solution. More than 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable. The Improve initiative investigates the lead causes of these deaths, supports the development of interventions to prevent them, and importantly, identifies factors that contribute to disparities in maternal health. Because white women die of maternal causes at a rate of 14 per 100,000, but that rate is 45 in 100,000, exponentially higher for Black women. And I was just looking at some data for Louisiana, for example. Their rate of maternal mortality is exponentially higher than places like California. Now, we need to all work together now that we're identifying the problem to solve the problem. That's why this bill is such an important bill. I want to congratulate the lead sponsors, Representatives Underwood and Fitzpatrick, but also people like Congresswoman Kelly, who have been working on these issues for many, many years. I support the bill. I hope that we can pass it, and I yield. Do you want me to yield to you? I'll yield to Ms. Kelly.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman DeGette. I, too, just want to lift this bill. I have been working on this topic for almost 10 years now, since I got a phone call from a constituent that said, I want to tell you a story. And she told me a story about a Black woman who was resourced, educated, and in good health, and died after giving birth to her second child. And as you said, so many of these births are preventable, 80 to 84%. And Black women do die 3 to 1 times the rate of white women, but in places like Chicago, it's 5 times the rate. So in other places, it's even higher than that. This is so very important. In the richest country in the history of the world, there is no reason why we rank so poorly in our women, all women giving birth. So I just want to thank the sponsors of the bill and hope that my colleagues pass this. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Thank you. Well, I agree that it is critical that the NIH Improve initiative has sufficient and consistent funding, which is why I support the NIH Improve Act and the amendment to secure the funding. I also agree entirely with what my colleagues, Representatives DeGette and Kelly, just mentioned about the shameful maternal mortality rates in this country. In where I live in Houston, Harris County, we have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country and in the developed world. And it's just absolutely essential that we have funding for research on maternal care and mortality to address this crisis. And this bill is a really important part of this research. We have to understand what is happening, why it's happening, and how we stop it. So while I support this bill and this program, and I'm an original sponsor of the Momnibus, original co-sponsor of the Momnibus package, so much important work we need to do around maternal health care, we really can't talk about research funding without acknowledging the cuts that the Trump administration has made to women's health programs and to the NIH. And this Congress has done nothing so far to prevent the administration from making these cuts, slashing these programs, and attacking women's health care more broadly. Over the last year, the Trump administration has obstructed the important, essential work of the Title X Family Planning Funding Program at every turn, from freezing its funding to firing the civil servants who administer it. And President Trump has proposed eliminating the Title X program again in his fiscal year 2027 budget. And, you know, I like to say Title X was born in Texas 7 because it was introduced in Congress more than 50 years ago by my predecessor in this seat, Congressman George H.W. Bush. He was the person who introduced this program in Congress. It has long had bipartisan support, and I hope that we can come back around to having bipartisan support for family planning funding, just as today we're seeing bipartisan support to address the maternal mortality crisis. We need these essential family planning funding funds and programs, and we need preventative health care services. And so, you know, among the actions that we've seen in the last year, the One Big Beautiful Bill prohibits Planned Parenthood health centers from receiving federal Medicaid funds for a year, and that cuts off essential health services. When we're talking about women's access to health care, we cannot keep them from the places where they go to get that health care. And women across this country have relied on Planned Parenthood for generations to get reliable, accurate, appropriate medical health care, reproductive health care. And this Congress is cutting them off from the providers that they go to for that health care. And so we need to do better, and we can do better. There is no reason why we can't come together to support the health of all women through their pregnancies and throughout their reproductive lives. And so we just need to work to ensure that we protect these essential programs like Title X from attacks from this administration and from the groups that want to separate women from access to care. And in addition, as I mentioned earlier, with just the minute I've left, I'm really concerned by this administration's grants overall, the cuts to NIH. And, over the last year, I've heard from so many people who work at the Texas Medical Center and who live in my district who have struggled to maintain their research projects because of the cuts to the NIH grant funding and the failure to issue the funding opportunity notices. And I think we talked about this in a hearing in our subcommittee, but since taking office, the Trump administration has terminated 2,300 NIH research grants and eliminated almost $2.5 billion in research funding. Why? I don't know. Was it so the president could create a slush fund to give out to people who attacked the Capitol and Capitol police officers on January 6th? I don't know. But we need to make sure that we are not allowing that, either of those things. We can't cut NIH funding, and we should all vote against this slush fund when it comes before us. So with that, I am running out of time. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on this. I encourage everyone to vote for this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you've heard, the United States is facing a maternal health crisis. As compared to other high-income countries, we have the highest rate of maternal deaths. 2023 is the most recent year for which data is available, and while in that year the national maternal mortality rate declined, Black women remain still 3 times more likely to die as white and Hispanic women from a pregnancy-related death. Women aged 40 and older experience mortality rates nearly 5 times higher than those younger than 25. And in some states, unfortunately like Virginia, after significant improvement from peak deaths in 2021, maternal mortality rates got worse in 2023. 87% of these deaths are preventable. This crisis is not just statistics. I almost became one of those statistics 11 years ago when my daughter and I both nearly died when my placenta ruptured because I had placenta previa, and I needed an emergency C-section 9 weeks before my daughter was due. I was one of the lucky ones because I had access to good health care and was able to get all of the prenatal care that I needed and the postnatal care. But too many women in America aren't so lucky. The factors driving these mortality rates vary, but they include heart disease, cardiovascular issues, which is the leading cause of death in the months following delivery, increased chronic conditions such as diabetes, hemorrhaging, mental health and substance abuse, and the lack of prenatal care as access to prenatal care declines, with nearly 1 in 4 women beginning their care after the first trimester, missing those critical appointments when they can detect and address risks early. Gaps in postpartum care, maternal care deserts, and Medicaid cuts will make this worse as fewer women have access to this critical care as rural hospitals either close or, like the one in Lynchburg, Virginia, close their labor and delivery departments, citing Medicaid cuts, as fewer providers go into the OBGYN field due to low reimbursement rates and fear around legal liability, as this will get worse. And so the NIH Improve Act by Reps. Underwood and Fitzpatrick is a very important first step. It cannot be the last. I agree with Rep. Flesher that we need to ensure that we have the workforce to collect and analyze the data through this research at the federal level. We need to address our collapsing public health safety net, and we need to build on the work of champions like Representative Kelly to address this crisis. I am hopeful we will consider the omnibus bill, a package of 14 bills that aim to address root causes of maternal health challenges, provide support to mothers, and further study how we can build a better system for every American family in need of care. We can and we must do better. Our moms deserve for us to do better. And so I urge my colleagues to vote on this and continue this important work to finally end the maternal mortality crisis in America. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. No further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 6238 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Mr. Soto. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes
Anybody
aye.
seeking to answer the roll call? Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. James?
Mr. James not recorded.
Ms.
Mr. James votes
Fedorchak?
aye.
Fedorchak? Did you get
Ms. Fedorchak
Fedorchak?
votes aye.
Lee? Ms. Lee?
Ms. Lee votes aye.
Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report. It's before the clerk reports. Is Ms. Schreier recorded?
Ms. Schreier is not
Dr.
recorded.
Schreier, I'm Paula. Dr. Schreier, it said aye. You got it?
Dr. Schreier votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 46 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 8205 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 8205, a bill to amend the
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Castains. Okay, seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Well, I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will
It's
report the
02.
amendment.
Yeah,
Do you have the amendment? Did you designate the amendment? I'm sorry.
it's 02.
H8205-FCR-AINS_02, amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the reading of the
HR.
amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. ALS, as you know, is a devastating disease that gradually takes away a person's ability to move, speak, eat, and breathe. And today, there is still no cure. For many families, time is the greatest challenge. Patients living with ALS cannot afford to wait through years of slow research and regulatory timelines. Congress recognized this reality when it passed the ACT, the Act for ALS, in 2021. The goal was to accelerate research, improve coordination, and expand access to promising investigational therapies. Since then, the program has helped strengthen collaboration between researchers, regulators, manufacturers, and patient advocates working to better understand and treat ALS. This amendment continues that work by extending these programs through 2031 while making targeted improvements developed in coordination with FDA, NIH, HHS, and stakeholder groups to help address challenges unique to rare disease drug development, including clinical trial enrollment, safety reporting, and the use of small patient population data to support future approvals. It also strengthens oversight by requiring an updated FDA action plan and additional reporting on FDA's progress. Importantly, this legislation recognizes that advances made in ALS research may also help patients living with other rare neurodegenerative diseases. While there is still much work to be done, continuing to support research, innovation, and access to promising therapies offers hope to patients and families confronting these devastating diseases every single day. I appreciate Mr. Quigley's leadership on this particular effort, and I'm proud to co-sponsor this particular bill. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Is there a discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, is there further discussion? Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Yeah, I generally try not to slow these things down, and I appreciate it. But this one's important to me on two counts. One, the amendment nature substitute, of course, continues the work we've been doing on ALS. Some of you may recall that I've talked about this on a number of occasions, but for whatever reason, my neighborhood in the Roanoke Valley appears to be a hot spot. One of my mentors in the Virginia House of Delegates, who was ahead of me by a couple of years, but whose kids swam on the swim team, died of this on Christmas Eve a number of years ago. Another friend of mine, Rob Lawson, who was one of my swimming friends, died from ALS just 4 years ago, and he would call me all the time, and he said, what have you got going? What research is going on? What are you all doing? This is extremely important for those kinds of things. And then you talk about, and I've known others, Mike Ahern, y'all don't know Mike, but his sister was John Warner's chief of staff for many years, Susan McGill. And the list goes on, and we don't know why. They're still doing research on why there's some hot spots, but I asked about it one time in a hearing, and they said, yeah, there are hot spots in the areas, and I know more people than the statistics would indicate I ought to know who've died of this disease. And then the other neurodegenerative diseases have been included in the AINS, and I think that's important because research overlaps. And I also have two families that I know that are afflicted with Huntington's disease. So, Mr. Chairman, this is important legislation. I appreciate that it's moving fast and we're trying to get out of here, but I just felt compelled that I ought to say something in support of this. This is when it really makes you quite proud to serve on this committee because we do get a lot of good things done, and when it comes to these kinds of maladies,
there is no partisanship. It is us working together for the benefit of the people of the United States. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 205 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Aye. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bill Rackus. Mr. Bill Rackus votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Ms. Barragon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Is there anyone, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Anyone on the Republican side, Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 46 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 2715 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2715, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Is there any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes. Oh, no, excuse me. The gentleman from Louisiana seeks recognition for amendment, so clerk will report. Will you designate your amendment? I'm sorry, I said that wrong.
I have an amendment at the desk, H217 dash.
If you use your microphone, it might help. Thank you.
Amendment at the desk, H2 715 dash FCR AINS _01.XML.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Clerk will report.
2715.
The clerk will report the amendment. Okay. Yes.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2715.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the
Thank you,
amendment.
Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to have introduced H.R. 2715, the Destruction of Hazardous Imports Act, with my Louisiana colleague, Representative Clay Higgins, to crack down on the re-importation of harmful products rejected by the federal inspectors. This bill authorizes the Food and Drug Administration to require an importer to destroy an FDA-regulated product refused entry into U.S. because it posed a significant public health concern at the importer's expense. This bill also prohibits the unauthorized movement of any article designated for destruction by the FDA. This bipartisan amendment, in the nature of a substitution, clarifies the timeline for the agency to issue proposed and final regulations. It also mandates that these regulations include the due process procedures for the owner of or consignee of an import subject to an order of destruction. At our March legislative hearing, we heard from witnesses about the need for these reforms. Under current law, foreign exporters can ship contaminated or counterfeit products to the U.S. knowing they can withdraw and then take the shipment, if FDA has flagged it, to try and enter another port, a practice known as port shopping. This loophole endangers our health and undermines our food and safety systems. Some imported foods, especially seafood, have been found to be contaminated with carcinogenic drugs, pesticides, and other harmful impurities. Beyond food, there has been a rise in imports of dangerous vape devices and e-liquids containing banned substances and excessive nicotine, as well as counterfeit drugs like GLP-1s. This threat is real, and it is documented. Exporters, especially Chinese exporters, have been caught resubmitting rejected shipments in different ports, heightening the need for this particular piece of legislation. This bill closes that loophole and creates a deterrent for bad actors. Providing this authority has been a bipartisan priority for both the Biden and Trump administration. It is also supported from a broad group of industry and consumer safety organizations, including the Southern Shrimp Alliance, Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation, Partnership for Safe Medicines, National Association of State-Controlled Substances Authorities, and the National Consumer League, among many others. This is one of those measures that you ask yourself, why hasn't this been done already? Not sure, but we have an opportunity to do it now. This will go a long way to demonstrating to our people who do the right thing that we're watching, we're paying attention, and we're not going to continue to have them undercut by people who seek to bring in inferior products into our marketplace and unfairly compete with our people that are right here in Louisiana or in our country. Thank you, and I urge adoption of this amendment and passage of this critical information. And Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is anyone seeking purpose of discussing the amendment? Seeing none, no further discussion. Are there any further amendments? If there are no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2715 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Ruley? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak? Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone?
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett? Mr. Gett votes aye. Mr. Kowski? Mr. Kowski votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle? Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon? Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran? Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana? Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone seeking recognition for the roll call? Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Carter? Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Anyone on the other side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 43 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 2821 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2821, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services acting...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman for Georgia, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
You're recognized to speak for 5 minutes on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, many of our families would feel incomplete without the pets and animals that bring unconditional love to our lives. However, there are millions of animals in our country that are forced into inhumane testing for pharmaceutical development. Yet every year, millions of animals are still subjected to inhumane testing in the development of pharmaceuticals. As policymakers, we have a responsibility to protect those who cannot protect themselves. That includes ensuring we embrace modern scientific innovation that can reduce unnecessary animal suffering while advancing medical progress. That is why in 2022, I was proud to help lead passage of the FDA Modernization Act 2.0, which for the first time allowed drug developers to use modern, animal-free testing methods as alternatives to traditional animal testing. Congress made its intent clear. We wanted to reduce outdated testing requirements and encourage more effective, humane, and innovative approaches to drug development. Unfortunately, the Biden administration failed to fully implement that law, limiting its effectiveness and leaving too many animals still at risk. That's why I introduced the FDA Modernization 3.0. This legislation ensures that the FDA finally carries out the will of Congress and the American people by fully embracing modern alternatives to animal testing. This bill will help reduce and replace the use of animals in non-clinical research, while also improving the efficiency of the drug development process and helping bring life-saving treatments to patients faster. This is a common-sense, bipartisan step forward for science, for innovation, and for animal welfare. I urge my colleagues to support the FDA Modernization Act 3.0, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Oh, I'm sorry, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 2821. We have AI computer modeling, lab-grown human tissue, and other advanced technologies that can increasingly replace many forms of animal testing. Yet thousands of animals are still being bred and confined for experimentation across the country.
I've spent a lot of time bringing attention to the horrific conditions at Ridgeland Farms in Wisconsin. Thousands of beagles packed into stacked cages, living above their own waist, bred for one purpose: experimentation. Many of these dogs never leave those cages except to undergo painful testing and eventually be euthanized. They never experience a normal human home. What is happening at Ridgeland Farm is not an isolated case. There's beagle breeding facilities across the country, and there's one just outside my district in Western New York, Marshall Farms in Wayne County, where roughly 30,000 dogs are bred every year for experimentation. I drove to the facility myself, and what stood out to me most was that many of these animals will spend most of their life, if not all of it, in confinement. And cases like these are exactly why H.R. 2821 is so important. The FDA Modernization Act 3.0 would help move us away from outdated animal testing practices and towards newer technologies that can produce more reliable, human-related results. Taxpayer dollars should not continue to fund unnecessary and invasive testing on cats and dogs when better alternatives are increasingly available. I've heard loud and clear from constituents and from people, frankly, in all 50 states of this country who are horrified what's happening inside some of these facilities, and they want Congress to act. Ridgeland Farms may be shutting down operations, but facilities across the country, including in New York, are still continuing these practices. I'm not going to stop fighting until we move closer to ending unnecessary animal testing and protecting dogs and cats from these invasive practices, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any seeking recognition? Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'm proud to speak in support of H.R. 2821, the FDA Modernization Act 3.0, introduced by Representative Buddy Carter, which I am proud to co-lead with the bipartisan coalition of my colleagues, Representative Barragan, Buchanan, DeLauro, and Harshberger. Over 3 years ago, the FDA Modernization Act 2.0 was signed into law, allowing the FDA to approve human drugs without requiring animal testing through modern, often more effective alternatives. However, since then, the FDA has not issued updated regulations to clarify where alternatives to animal testing are permissible. This legislation before us requires the FDA to take those steps and to modernize and transform drug development for the 21st century and accelerating safer, more humane, and more effective medical breakthroughs. Overall, it's a win for patients, a win for innovation, and a win for animal welfare. I call on my colleagues to join us by supporting this measure and voting yes. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2821. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Teget. Ms. Teget votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle? Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon? Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran? Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie?
Aye. Anyone seeking recognition is Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen votes aye.
Mr. Ruley?
Mr. Ruley votes aye.
Anyone on our side? Anyone on your guys? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 45 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 5347, asks the clerk to report. Two more. Two more.
H.R. 5347, a bill to amend Title 18.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from Virginia, what purpose do you seek recognition?
I request permission to speak to the measure.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the bill.
Thank you very much. I would offer my support in favor of H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, which was introduced by Congressman Vern Buchanan and co-led by Congressman Dan Crenshaw. This legislation would reduce red tape for physicians and other healthcare providers as they participate in the Medicare Shared Savings Program. H.R. 5347 would require the Secretary to maintain the availability of certain collection types for accountable care organizations, also known as ACOs, quality reporting under the Medicare Shared Savings Program, including electronic clinical quality measures. The bill would also exempt ACOs from certain data submission requirements. These reforms aim to ease administrative burdens for providers participating in ACOs as they move towards newer collection types like digital quality measures, also known as DQMs. DQMs can often be extracted directly from electronic health records, offer promise to reduce quality reporting burdens and costs. This bill will provide more time for providers to transition to newer systems and technology that supports the DQMs. Lastly, this legislation would establish a pilot program in CMS for digital quality measure reporting for Medicare Shared Savings Program, ACOs, to help evaluate the DQM reporting. And what's interesting is that we had this bill in the Health Subcommittee, I guess a week ago or so, and yesterday in our hearing, Mr. Chairman, we had discussions about ACOs and this very area, and while this is a small step in towards reducing costs and making healthcare more affordable, this is an important step. And so I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 5347. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis? Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger? Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller Meeks. Ms. Miller Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Clark, or Ms. Clark. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Is Mr. Weber seeking recognition? Anybody on the Republican side seeking to enter the roll call? Any on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. And before I call the final bill, I want to thank everybody for their patience today, for their hard work getting through these. Absolutely want to thank our staffs and the hard work they did and the cooperation everybody has had to get these bipartisan bills out to committee to the floor so we can get these passed to the Senate. The chair calls up HR 1703 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1703, a bill to amend Title...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from
New Jersey,
Pennsylvania
that's in New
moves to
Jersey,
speak.
Pennsylvania. We were just talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I move to speak in
A long
favor.
day, I'm sorry.
Understood.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, speak on the bill. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer my support for this important piece of legislation before the full committee today that would strengthen patient access to care. H.R. 1703, the Choices for Increased Mobility Act, clarifies the payment rules for manual wheelchairs under Medicare Part B and will give seniors the opportunity to exercise their own choice when it comes to medical equipment. Specifically, the bill allows Medicare patients the opportunity to decide whether a titanium or a carbon fiber wheelchair is right for them. Then the patients with Medicare Part B have the ability to pay out of pocket for wheelchair upgrades, if that is their choice. The operative word here is choice. To achieve this, H.R. 1703 creates 2 new wheelchair codes and enables upgrades within an existing code, removing the current obstacles in place and offering the upgraded benefit to end users at no additional charge to CMS. Again, no additional charge to CMS. The subcommittee should be encouraged that Medicare patients have the opportunity to take full advantage of their health care benefits, and more important,
giving them that choice that will directly impact their lives. This bipartisan legislation will remove the barrier that since 2016 has impeded access to lightweight, durable medical equipment for individuals who live day to day with mobility impairments. I would like to thank the co-sponsors of this bill, especially Dr. Schreier of Washington, and urge support for this underlying legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting HR 1703. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Ms. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Ms. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragon. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter, Louisiana. Mr. Carter, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Aye. Anyone
Guthrie
seeking
votes aye.
recognition for the roll call? Anyone on the Republican side? Seeing none. Any on the Democrat side? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Vesey.
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Seeing no others, the clerk will report.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 45 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered and without objection. Hearing no objection, the committee is adjourned. Thank you. I was waiting for you to object.